Alright, Meow. Hope you all are doing well on this fine Monday, that your Wednesday through weekend went well. We are picking up where we left off on last stream, which was me beating Mono Fire relatively quickly. Quicker than I thought, as prior runs that were weak to ground took multiple hours for Lance alone. I was quite surprised. We just got to Cerulean in Mono Water. We're gonna fight Misty, we're gonna fight Bugsy, we're gonna fight Surge, but I'm gonna delay Surge for a little bit because I don't know if all the Mon that I need I can get without going through Rock Tunnel. So we're gonna tackle that when we get there. Let's first try to take on Bugsy because I don't want to have to deal with the level 55 Cleavor. I hope you had a good Monday. We'll also be doing some crime coverage, I'm not sure what yet, and of course Pallas Cat videos. There we go. Just had to get the usual stuff out of the way. For anyone who doesn't know, I stream every Monday through Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern. It's almost always Radical Red. The quality of life is quite good in this ROM hack. It makes it hard to play anything else. Crime coverage and Pallas Cats. Big fan of them. Love the Pallas Cats. In fact, Monolization Live, a content creator that covers a lot of Monol. Apparently the zoo in Novosibirsk that has a lot of Minul, they just got a new batch of enclosures and they did a video showing off the new enclosures today, and it means more room for all the Pallas Cats, especially 11 plus that live there now, thanks to Lolo, Eve, and at least one other mother having Pallas Cats this year. So that's a huge win. And hopefully it'll lead to more genetic diversity, doing trade offers for Manul to help keep them going. That way we have even more next year, rather than the decline it's been like the past year. Last time I saw numbers, they were at less than 57,000, which isn't great. All right, let's see. So Bugsy, it's gonna be permanent rain, which we know. He leads with the low kicks. We more or less want to fake out, and fake out will bypass things like first impression because I believe it's only a +1. Ledian, we're gonna want flying, so I can do Frogadier, I think is the second form. Yeah, Frogadier with a walk-in berry, provided I actually have it. Scyther, some kind of rock move. Sizor, that's gonna be tougher because I don't think I have access to any fire. I didn't get Volcanion, which is literally the only fire watermon in the game, but U-turn will be useful. Quite a few mon can learn it, so let's take a gander. Okay, right, we're using the only issue here is I don't have fake out, so if we do the whole fake out thing, we're gonna want to go like so. Let's set them up for what I need it to be. Getting the fake out is important, but it doesn't have to be like huge attack up since the rest of the moves are special. Okay. Gooey's honestly fine. I definitely can get Thunder Punch. I just have to clear the Nugget Bridge to get there. And I don't know if I did clear Nugget Bridge, so let's find out. Save. I don't think I cleared Nugget Bridge, because if I did this guy, he would not be here right now. Once you talk to Bill, he moves. So let's think about what the lead is. It's usually Kerala. Yep, there we go. Okay. So we're gonna do Nugget Bridge first. We fake out the Ivysaur. It doesn't have thick fat yet, so I'm gonna Aurora Beam. Aurora Beam again. Oh, you hate to see it. Honestly, that's not too bad. So, I don't know what's coming in now. Let's go with Tatsugiri. Karalia. We gotta swap out. We'll go into Becca. Okay, that's actually not bad. We're gonna Aqua Tail again. Ice Punch. Ice Punch. Aqua Jet. Honestly, not great, but I'm not looking at the docs for the rival fight, so. There we go. Good enough. We take that. And then all of these but one are double battles. Alright, we eel. We save. We rush through these real quick because they're not really hard. We go fake out on the Butterfree. Dragon Breath on the Butterfree. Okay. Aurora Beam. Dragon Pulse. Okay, we want to Aurora Beam. Actually, no, we'll Giga Drain. We'll... not ideal. I forgot how tanky Wormerdam is, and the fact that he does have Rocky Helmet. Honestly, it's fine. Not a big deal. Keep going. So this is, we want to fake out. Not fake out. We want... Giga Drain. Giga Drain on Brion. I like to call her Brioche, because Brioche bread is really good. Okay, they do have a Grass Knot. Electric is also scary, but I have no one who basically doesn't take something from Electric. The exception are my two dragons, which take 1 times, but they also have Grass Knot, so anything ground water is going to lose 4 times to that. It's very clever. Okay, good. Very nice. Aurora Beam doesn't really do anything here. Okay, good. We want to fake out again. That's fine. Roar Beam. Nice. Huge. Ah! Twice in a row I didn't get to go. Para. Feels bad. Alright. Let's see. And that was Dragon Fang, I think. This is the Mabastiff. We fake out the Mabastiff. Okay, good. We know what this is. We still have speed. This is gonna be Hex. We don't want any of that. Because it's not a fairy yet. When it becomes Miss Magius, it gains a fairy typing, which would have been a lot scarier here. Ghost loses the Ghost. Ah, it's fine though. I could have sworn I had a dark move. I forgot. Honestly, good enough. Now the next one I actually have to do a modicum of planning because it's kind of an annoying fight. Dragon Rage, Intimidate, Bulldoze, Citrus Berry, Thunder Fang, Fire Fang. It's a lot. So I think I'm going to open with Becca. I don't have huge power, sadly, so Becca does not hit very hard. I'm gonna give it a Thunderberry because that's gonna be an issue. And I don't have any access to ghosts, so Kamala is gonna be more difficult than I would like because it's Protect Last Resort. I do have Fighting, which resists it, so it's not nothing, but having a ghost makes this fight a lot easier. And I do not even have Wakanda Berry, so instead I gotta go Citrus, which I guess is fine. I don't love it. Okay. This is probably gonna take a few tries. Let's see how we do the first time. Okay. That makes sense. Thankfully, we got damage in before it did Protect. We know it's gonna Protect now because it has to Protect in order to do the for Last Resort to function. Last Resort only works when all other moves have been exhausted. So this will be the Protect. Now it's gonna want a Last Resort after this. Nice, huge. Togedemaru, it has always crit, E-speed essentially. It also has Iron Head. It also has Rocky Helmet. It's a lot of damage. I'm just gonna go with the Brick Break and hope I don't flinch. No flinch, huge. Okay, good. Gabite, I think this is a Bulldoze, so I'm gonna go into Becca. Oh, he went Dual Chop. I mean, that's fine. Ice Punch is 4 times weak, but he has Eviolite. Honestly, we're okay. Oh, it was Thunder Fang, not Thunder Punch. Gabite again, we're gonna go into Ice Punch. Honestly, not that bad. I definitely goofed up earlier, but we had enough coverage. Oh, now we get Walkin' Berry. Go figure, right? Raid dens, at different times of day, they have different encounters. All right, let's see. We actually do want a Buizel because we can get a Technician Float Soul. That's gonna make pretty much every single move it can learn at this point very powerful. It's why Misty's Float Soul hit so hard. All right. We have to catch one to be able to do the hidden ability stuff. Otherwise, we have to wait until we get the Saffron for hidden abilities. Okay. By the time we need Sap Sipper, we can absolutely get a different one of these. We already have a Psyduck. I may grab a Carvana while we're here. Once I get the Vermilion, I can grab Whalmer, but I'm probably not going to use it. Most of the time, unless there's a very good reason to do so, I do not use singular typings in a monotype. I need as much coverage as I can get. And losing out on a possible secondary typing for coverage and resistances, it's a bit of an issue to use only a singular typing. Okay. And we'll be using Sap Sipper, Azumarill for Erica. I will want to hold a Poison Berry. And then I'll need a different Mon for the Voltorb. So yeah, we want a Technician. And then we want to lead with someone who can dunk on it. Basically, Big Sip. Giga Drain will... we specifically got a Giga Drain Lotad, aka Ludicolo with the Water Stone, because that's going to do a lot of work against Misty. It won't solo it, but it'll do a lot of heavy lifting. When I did mono grass, I went out of my way to have Technician, Breloom with Bullet Seed, and Giga Drain Lotad. So it'll be quite handy. All right. I will need something different though for the Cloudster. Probably Water Psychic if I can get one at this point. Let's see. We keep going until we see Technician. It'll take a minute. All right. It's like whatever. There we go. Now we'll oh, I forgot that trainer battles interrupted. Feels bad. I skipped past him, not thinking I needed to do them, so that's annoying, but it's fine. We'll make it work. All it did was reset the chain. Fury Cutter and Water Veil. I'm probably gonna end up PP Max. I may, if I use Lotad and E4 or a lot more encounters, I'll probably PP Max the Giga Drain. But I'm probably not bringing it into E4 because there's a lot of flying in the back end of E4, and grass isn't gonna help me, you know. Grass Elite 4 was a difficult fight. There was a lot of fire, there was a lot of flying. Also, there was some ice, so not great. Okay. No. The Mystic Water is nice for a held item, but we don't need it because we have a bunch already from the care package code. The chain's gonna reset because I need to eel. I think I'm gonna do the PP max on it now just so I get more chances. Where are you? Oh, it's PP up, not PP max. I think PP max is later. I'm not sure against who. So yeah, we're gonna max out Giga Drain, and we're gonna max out Fake Out. Because while Fake Out doesn't do a lot of damage, it's more the fact that it's a utility, and then I can just swap out into someone else. All right. Nice. Huge. Very huge, very powerful. We love this. There you go. So we got the one we needed for that. I think there might be one or two up here I can grab. Let us double check. Okay, I don't have Good Rod until Vermilion. We'll be getting a Goldeen later as well because you can get a Goldeen with Lightning Rod. So it's a free swap on almost any of Surge's Mon. We are gonna Old Rod Chincho because I want Volt Absorb for it. But I'll probably be able to change the ability after I get ability pills. Okay. Yeah, I was feeling really good about mono water until I'm like, wait a second. Surge rematch. It's gonna be difficult, but I think by the time I get the Surge rematch, the amount of mon you have available makes it a easier fight than what you have now. Pretty sure I outspeed. No sturdy, you'll love to see it. Fake Out Giga Drain's gonna do a lot of work. Meowdy Yumi, thank you for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good rest of your week into a Monday. Mono Water, I'm getting to Bill, so I can have access to Dig Grunt, so we can get ability pills, so we can get to a Vermilion, we get a bunch of encounters, we come back, we beat Bugsy, we beat Misty, we beat SSN, we skip Surge, go all the way to Celadon, then we come back and beat Surge. Vaporeon, so I was stating earlier on the stream that when one is doing monotypes, it's hard to justify a singular typing because you need as much coverage as possible. But there are times when a singular type is good. So for example, if you have burn up on a mono Firemon, it removes the typing. You do that on a only Firemon, it becomes typeless. It then takes neutral damage from all typings. And it's pretty solid overall. So you could be really dirty and do that in like mono fire on an Arcanine and have like a really bulky, intimidate, defensive nature Arcanine that's now typeless with access to things like close combat, wild charge, flamethrower, etc. You know, I think Vaporeon has water absorb and at least one other interesting ability. I can check the dex actually. So there may come a time where I need to use Vaporeon. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by, Yumi. What are you playing tonight? Let's check the dex for Vaporeon, because I actually am curious now. Okay, so water absorb and hydration, it's definitely not the best, but water absorb means it's a free swap. That's not the worst because I do have access to multiple drizzle, aka rain setters. I'm glad to hear you're well. Awesome that you just got home. I'm not doing too bad. I was saying earlier that I'm dreading Surge, which is why we're delaying them until I come back from Celadon. But once we get the Surge rematch, it'll be a significantly easier fight due to the Mon's abilities, etc. we have access to. Going into Surge, there's like 2 Watermon that can have Lightning Rod, so that's free swaps. I'll have access to Chincho, who's Volt Absorb, so that's another free swap. I do have to watch out for all the grass coverage, and while I could go out of my way to use like ground water, they lose 4 times to grass, and Surge has like 3 Mon with hidden power grass, so Surge is prepped. Yeah, it's absolutely scary. Awesome, Resident Evil 2, I'll make sure to check out the stream. Which character are you playing as again? I never got into puzzle games like Resident Evil, but I used to watch a streamer, I think from Sweden, who would go through the Resident Evil remakes when he wasn't doing speedruns of Dark Souls. Okay, gotcha. Awesome. Is there a noted change in difficulty going from Leon to Claire? Alright, let's see. So this is us just clearing the way to Bill and Bugsy. Fake out, Giga Drain. I went out of my way specifically to get a Giga Drain Lotad, so having a final evolution stab Giga Drain on Misty is gonna be really useful. Obviously not for the Mons that have ice, obviously not for the Mon that has poison, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, that makes sense. Game knowledge acquired, absolutely. I did expect story differences because it's a different character, different perspective, different character motivations, etc. Fake out. Aurora Beam. Fake out. Giga Drain. Bubbles, probably enough. Yeah. Okay, very good. Okay. Oh, I need him to move further out so I can grab Defog, I think. I may have screwed up. The reason why defog is important is because it gets rid of terrain and entry hazards. And until I get something like Ice Spinner or another terrain effect, having a way to remove terrain effects is very important. Let's see if I can go back and it'll change where he sits. You have to bait him out. I don't get access to it until I get cut. Mildly annoying, but it's not a huge deal. Okay. Fake out. Aurora Beam, Aurora Beam. Giga Drain, we need some health. Mouse Hold, very cute. I'll be using it on mono normal because things like Population Bomb, Beat Up, Bullet Seed. Great at dealing with Focus Sashes and Sturdy. We went out of our way to max the PP on Fake Out and Giga Drain for how much value I'm going to be getting out of them. Hydration. Stay hydrated, Yumi. And by hydration, I mean some water, not soda. Okay, Bill. Thank you. Let me see if this has anything I can actually use. I already have a Psyduck, so we don't need that. I don't need Cloth, it's only Rock. But good. It's very important to stay hydrated. I know you don't like it. Most of my life, I hated drinking water. It took me a minute to realize the error of my ways. So, since we're here, we're gonna Old Rod for the Chinchou. You can't Dex Nav for fishing, so I don't think I really care about what ability I get, because I can always ability pill for Volt Absorb. I don't think Volt Absorb is the hidden ability. If it were, I would have to do a lot of dream patching, and that takes a minute because you have to get the Saffron for that. I already have a Gyarados, so we don't even need to bother. Okay, Chinchou, very good. Angela, because Chinchou is absolutely based on the anglerfish. Let's make sure it actually is not the hidden ability that I needed. Okay, good. I don't need that hidden ability. That's awesome. I'm gonna Google that just so I know for certain what it is, but if it's some level of feel when it comes to consuming things, I can definitely understand how it would be an issue. Okay, yeah, okay. It is apparently a relatively new eating disorder. I am sorry to hear that you struggled from that. Have you always struggled with it, or just out of the blue did it become a thing? We grabbed the Thunder Punch. Very nice of Supercell to make it so you can actually get Thunder Punch before fighting Misty. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with autism, but in my crime coverage, I covered the case of, I think it was Timothy Pitson, whose mother, Shanda Vanderark, and her stepbrother basically tortured him to death, and he was autistic, and he had various sensory disorders. So it definitely goes hand in hand to be on the spectrum. Yeah, it is. But guess what? She got life in prison. He realistically has life in prison. She was a self-styled genius. She was like the second in her class in law school, and she got exactly what she deserved. She was never even supposed to have custody of the kids to begin with, but DCF Department of Children and Family Services, they always let things fall through the cracks. And while you can't really fault the workers for it, because they're understaffed, overworked, underpaid. It's a horrible thing. And I'm grateful that I'm not autistic, because I already have enough health issues in my life that I don't need even more. Though it wouldn't be surprising, due to the things, when I find things I like, I go very into them. But that might also be a response to trauma that when I was younger, if I liked something that wasn't deemed appropriate, it wasn't allowed to ever exist. So no Pokemon, no Harry Potter, no Star Wars, all that good shit. Let's see. So who do we want to lead for Dig Grunt? Starts with a feline prowess Aeolin Persian. That's double special attack. I think I'll be fine with Billy. We can use Billy, because once I get a Water Stone, that's the Water Urshifu. But as soon as I get a Water Stone, I have to evolve it. Okay. We save, because Dig Grunt's kind of annoying if you don't know what you're doing going into it. Yes. I also have the ADHD. It's complicated. I suspect the bulk of my issues are sorted from trauma, but there's absolutely some stuff that didn't come from trauma. For example, my neurogenic cough, my neuropathy. These are all things I've had to deal with for a long time, but only in the past decade or so has voice been given to what the fuck they actually are. That being said, mental health and uncommon health issues very much get overlooked by the general public. Lol, just get a job. It's not great. I've exhausted all my appeals, which is one of the reasons why I'm trying to make streaming be a thing, because it's something I'm passionate about. And if I can't get streaming off the ground, I'll have to go back to meet space and interact with people in real life, and I dread that. I still have nightmares about the jobs I've had over the years, you know? All right, let's go. So a brick break, very nice. We want to go into Pepe, because if I go into Big Sip, I basically die to Air Slash. Or Air Cutter. Icy Wind. I'm gonna Icy Wind again, and hopefully I don't die here. I do die, but that's okay. We have Becca, we can Ice Punch. Ice Punch again. Oh, it used poison, it was probably Sludge. This will finish it off, I think. It will not. There we go. This is probably Bullet Seed. Yep. And then Oinkolone's not a huge deal. All he does is stockpile, and I think Bullet Seed as well. Or Body Press. We'll go into Tatsugiri. That did way more than I would have liked. Not enough, but we got the Para. Waterfall, good enough. Ability Pills, very huge. Okay. Yeah, my memory is not great either, but I chalked it up to constantly being sleep deprived, which makes recalling things more difficult. Yeah, it absolutely. And I suspect, since you're talking about it as well, I'm keenly aware that my experience is not unique. But at the same time, that also doesn't give abusers permission to be like, well, everyone else had to deal with it, or everyone else is dealing with worse. Ergo, you need to be grateful that we're not treating you as bad as we could. It's very invalidating when people hit you with that, you know? All right, let's see what we have on Route 5. No water, sadly. I don't think there's any water here, day or night. Let's see. No water. All right. I don't think there's anything here, but we're still gonna check. Okay, no. No. Yeah. Degenerative health issues, whether they be MS, whether they be fibromyalgia, or your specific one, absolutely horrible stuff. That's mildly surprising that the only job you didn't dread was the Amazon warehouse, considering how bad of a rep Amazon has. I very much suspect when I go back into meat space, it will not be customer facing. Almost all my jobs have been customer facing. At the same time though, I also have 3 bulging discs in my L3 through 5, relatively low in my spine, and I've worked pretty hard at avoiding anything that would put strain on my back. So I very much reckon I am going to have to go back into meat space at some point. And when I do, it is not going to be customer facing. Other people aren't going to like my neurogenic cough. Other people aren't going to be like that I'm constantly falling asleep. But at the very least, I'll just get a back brace and suck it up and hopefully not have to interact with other people. And that'll more or less do it, you know? All right, let's see. I also don't really want an overnight job, because if I have to have another one of those jobs where it's the middle of the night and you have those industrial level fluorescent lights, like fucking kill me in Minecraft, you know? All right, no. Okay. We do want a shelter. I have access to Basculin shortly. That'll be huge. And adaptability Basculin. That's going to be a very hard-hitting Aquajet and Shadow Sneak. Awesome, yeah. Relatively dim or less oppressive light would be preferable for sure. All right, let's see. All right. So we got to do some fishing here. We're gonna grab shelter. Ideally, we get skill link because it means I don't have to hold loaded dice to get a relatively high chance of multi-hit moves actually landing all 5. Okay, we already have a Chincho. It's gonna take a minute. Another thing about having jobs in real life space, the fact that thanks to my meds, I'm constantly dehydrated. That's more or less why I drink almost 2 gallons of water every day. As such, I constantly gotta piss. It's not very accommodating if you ever have to be customer facing and you're basically taking a piss every 10 minutes, you know? I could technically use Skrelp, but I'd never be able to evolve it, so I'm not gonna bother. Okay, let's see what else. Yeah, it's not great. All right, let's see. Since it's in your name, how did you get into doing cosplay? It's always something I've liked the idea of, but it's never something I was able to do. I wasn't even allowed to do Halloween stuff because it was Satanist, so anything involving costumes has basically never been a thing for me. All right, so nothing else here. That's good. We go this way, so we only have to fight the one trainer. All right, swap into Pepe. Icy Wind. Go back into Tatsugiri so we resist the electric thanks to the dragon typing. Okay. Heal. We grab Good Rod so we can catch most of the things we need from fishing. Super Rod, I think, is sadly gated to Fuchsia. Okay. I don't think Aerocuda's the one I want. Let me double check. Okay. So, not a bad Mon, but Propeller Tail doesn't really matter outside of some double battles, you know? And even then, oh wow, it's fast. It's basically Veluza, but only water, you know? Let's see if he learns anything interesting, right? Yeah, he doesn't. Okay, let's see. That makes sense. That is very cool that you were in a position to see something you liked and acted upon it. That's awesome. I love that for you. Yes. Yes, I did. I'm trying to think of the most succinct way to put it. I'll give you a few examples to illustrate it. Okay. So I was in 5th grade when Harry Potter came out. I was taken out of the classroom and I had to sit in the hallway because Harry Potter's the devil. Anything related to witchcraft is the devil. In 6th grade, I had a classmate who had a pentagram necklace, and thanks to the fear mongering from my religious parents, they convinced me that she was a witch, and I was dead ass terrified of her. Like every single year I saw her in school. Another example, and I hope this really helps encapsulate how ridiculous it is. Yu-Gi-Oh! Came out in like 6th grade, and I had a friend who had an older brother. So instead of us like buying Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, we just played like with the older brother's Magic cards. And I went to do my first night of Friday Night Magic at our local game store when I was in high school, senior year. I got into an accident on the way, and Dad was like, you getting into that accident was God saving your soul. Hopefully this gives you insight into how religious my parents were. Alright, so we're not going to bother with Aeroscuda. We do need Finneon because we want Lightning Rod. Actually, no, that's Goldeen. Never mind. Okay. Yes, it is that kind of crazy. We also do want a Frillish because there's Water Absorb Frillish. And for Misty rematch, she leads with a Palafin with 3 water moves and a fighting move. I'm immune to all of it. Hold on. Yes, it is not something I would want others to have to deal with. It had a very impactful effect on my life in my formative years. I did come back around to Christianity, but I probably would have been a Christian my whole life if a very like harsh, draconian, and hateful iteration of it wasn't basically forced against me, along with the whole, oh yeah, we're beating you because we love you, and spare the rod, spoil the child, you know? So, were you and your siblings raised Mormon? And did you have to then break away from the church at a later date? I'm relatively familiar with the Mormon belief, but a lot of it is colored from all the true crime coverage of like Jodi Arias, Lori Vallow, and at least one more person who was part of the Mormon faith and did terrible things. And I realize that's not fair, because there will be all sorts of people who will use their faith to justify terrible things. Okay. So yeah, we need a Staryu. We want a Wimpod. We want a Frillish. So we're gonna try to catch all those. All right, let's see. I don't need Finneon. I don't need Aracuda. It's gonna take a minute, it would seem. Actually, let me see what Finneon has. Maybe there's a world where I do catch them. Okay, so the Storm Drain utility is interesting. I will keep one. Okay. Oh, of course, now it doesn't want to show up, right? Okay. So we'll grab that just for the Storm Drain. It would seem the Jellicent is very much, well, the Frillish is very much the rare encounter out of the Old Rod pool. I'll get to that. Oh, it was Good Rod the whole time. Okay, let me read this. Yeah. Okay. Yup. All right. Okay. Okay. Yup. Yeah. I can wholly understand and relate to that. I'm familiar with Mormon belief having a structure system similar to Scientology. I'm familiar with how people who don't toe the line more or less get ostracized and excommunicated from the church. And it has very cult-like behavior and mentality. I'm specifically going out of my way to not say it's a cult, rather that it exhibits cult-like behavior and coercive controlling. And because of my abuse, it's something I have to keep an eye out for, you know? Yes, yeah, they blindside you with the niceness, and I think South Park's episode with the Mormons worked. They basically gaslight you with kindness and generosity, and that's how they socially engineer people, in my opinion. And no, they are not the only people to do that by being nice. And based on my upbringing, I am very not disingenuous. I am very on guard about any form of nicety because it's social engineering. And when are they gonna let the other like shoe drop and be like, surprise? Okay, good. We got a Staryu. In this, Illuminate, which is normally extra encounters, it's increased accuracy in this, so you can pretty much do Hydro Pump and you don't need a wide lens. I say you pretty much don't because I've missed, but most of the time you're gonna be fine. Okay, no, not yet. Okay. And I don't care about analytic because I'm super fast. So now we're gonna try to get Frillish again. Yes. Yes, yes, it can absolutely be hard to read people. And this is coming from someone who isn't on the spectrum. And I have trouble reading people. I have trouble picking up on like subtle gestures, body language. That gives me a good opportunity to talk about how body language analysis is bullshit. The cops are not gonna arrest you for being a silly goose, looking up and to the left. Any sort of quote-unquote body language analysis maligns and comes down unfairly against anyone on the spectrum. I was also gonna say that it's really tough for me to interact with other people in real life because at an early age, I learned that it wasn't safe to express anything because if I expressed things, I would be punished for it. It would be taken away from me. It would be held against me. And then I would get in trouble for not talking to my parents anyways. They're always lying. So it's like, it's a lose-lose no matter what. And then to further compound that, I will be interacting with someone and they'll be talking about a thing, but until they more or less make their stance on how they think about it, I don't feel safe in saying how I think about it because I need to know what the quote-unquote safe or appropriate answer is to not be an oopsie-doopsies, I messed up, you know? Yes, exactly. I definitely think over the years I have been unmasking more because therapy, etc. But very much to this day, I don't want to give people more ammunition to use against me. So keeping my cards close to my vest is pretty much going to be my de facto. Even on stream. Like, when it's come up about politics, I've given a relatively, like, non-inflammatory statement. So, for example, when talking about the war came up, it's like, yeah, genocide is bad. Absolutely. And I don't believe that there can be a two-state solution because both parties will not rest until the other one is annihilated. And that'll basically be my extent of talking about it. Alright, maybe we can get a Wimpod. Wimpod is nice because when it takes more than half damage in one hit, it swaps out. It's basically a free U-turn. And it also has first impression, which is a really hard-hitting move that can only work on the first turn. So you basically do your first impression, you swap out. It is really slow though. That is something to consider. Okay, let's see. We don't need Staryu anymore. Ah, there's Frillish. Would you like to name any of my Pokemon, Yumi? I'll show you the Pokebox after this. We have Wugtrio and Tatsugiri. I'm probably not going to use Wugtrio a lot. Tatsugiri I'm going to be using for Surge. We also have a pretty good amount of Pokemon. Yes, absolutely. One has to. Yep. I'm not gonna make it a hard and fast rule on my stream because I don't mind talking about it, but I'm also aware that not every medium is the right venue for certain talk. So I'm not expecting to have like a deep, well-reasoned philosophical argument on Twitch TV, you know? Yeah, absolutely, I can do that. I know it's not that, but every time I see Tatsugiri, I think it's Takoyaki, the fried squid. All right. Yeah, we can do that. It's actually a shame too, because Tatsugiri apparently can evolve in other games, but it only has this form, so I'm basically stuck with it. But a water dragon with 495 base stat total as early as Cerulean is kind of good. So, all right. Now we're gonna try to get Wimpod. Yeah. It isn't a bad mon, but it really hurts using single stage Pokemon because they usually don't have great stats. But Water Dragon is a really solid typing due to it only being weak to Fairy and Dragon. So in the crime world, because of Hurricane Milton, Sarah Boone, the alleged suitcase murderer, her jury selection for that trial has been pushed to at least next week. This has been going on for over 5 years, not because the case is complicated, because she keeps being unsatisfied with her lawyers. And she also rejected a plea deal that would have been serving 85% of 15 years minus about 5 years of time served. Yes, she is a combination of stalling, and she genuinely believes that she can gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss her way out of it by saying, I didn't mean to do it, it was an accident, he could get out. It's as if she's just gonna be like, she's just gonna convince the judge to be like, you know what, you're good to go. Yeah, it is absolutely BS. She has given so many contradictory statements over the years regarding how things happened, what their relationship was like, that she has no credibility left, which really lines up with the whole, the more you talk to the police, the less credible you have. You are. They literally have an obligation to use things against you and discard anything that could help you. They are not your friend. Cops are allowed to lie. They can pretty much do everything short out of beat a confession out of you or plant evidence, and they still do that sometimes. So she thought she could just convince them that she did nothing wrong, and I love that. Like, there's a lot of shade and fraud about this case for me. Whoops. Give me Wimpod. I think I'll go to SSN because you can actually fish for Wimpod there as well. I'm not gonna go in the SSN, mind you, but the little jetway right here you can fish, and maybe I'll get it instead. We take Veluza. Let me see if it has a good ability. I don't remember. I mean, I know it has sharpness, but does it have anything else that I would care about? Okay, Mold Breaker's huge, so I'm probably gonna keep that, and then I'll get a second one for sharpness when I get to Saffron. Okay, so that kinda happened, Yumi. A few months back, due to Miss Boone's actions, the court found she was no longer eligible for court-appointed counsel. So she basically had that right revoked. The same day that happened, she put out one of those help wanted ads in the newspaper to basically be like, I'm amazing. This is your 15 minutes of fame. Get on it. And after a month or so, her current lawyer took her up on it. James Owens out of Florida. In that time, she had to self-represent. she did not do a good job at it. So she kind of. And regarding Florida, the reason why so much comes out about Florida man, Florida woman, they have sunshine laws, which make it incredibly easy for the public to get records. So if every state in the US had the same level of sunshine law that Florida did, every state would have a Florida man. So Sarah has representation. She has multiple lawyers working for her. Her current head lawyer actually closed his practice to work exclusively for her. They are arguing battered spouse, and the gist of that is you have to believe the threat is imminent, and something about people who suffer from battered spouse, also known as battered woman syndrome, is that they have a messed up sense of imminent danger, and it's going to be a problem for Sarah because early on in the interrogation she's like, we're having fun, we're playing, we're painting, we're doing puzzles, we're drinking, and it's a good time. And then all of a sudden, now she needs to paint it as, oh, he comes after me all the time, I'm in fear for my life. But then she's like, oh, I left the zipper not fully closed so he could get out. You can't have it both ways. You can't be in fear for your life, so you lock someone in a suitcase, but then you also leave enough room that they can get out, because you're locking them in the suitcase to end the threat. Also, she called her ex-husband and her ex-husband had to convince her to call 911 when she woke up the next day and realized he was still in the suitcase. And the only thing she's concerned about in the initial footage when the investigators rock up is my Dr. Pepper and my cigarettes. It's horrible. It is genuinely distressing. And it's pretty closed. It's pretty open and shut. Like, this is domestic violence carried to its logical conclusion. There is nothing special about this case except for the ego that Sarah Boone has. Let's see. Also, since that was pretty grim, let's look at some Pallas Cat footage. I was talking about earlier on my stream how Monetization Live, that's the live version of Monetization, which is Roman Pavlov. They put out videos on Pallas Cats, mostly I think in Novosibirsk, i.e. Russia, and they have a new enclosure for like 11 kittens, and that's awesome because there's a lot of really bad zoos. I'm not gonna name and shame because legal reasons, but yeah. Okay. So let me find this one, and it's really nice of them because a lot of it's in Russian, and they gave us subtitles. So let me make sure the subtitles are still on. All right.
Всем привет. В Новосибирском зоопарке появилась вторая аллея Meownwell.
To Meownwell Alley. I love it.
Ряд вольеров. Здесь их 7 штук. Здесь живут 11 мамулят, ложек левчиков. В 4 вольерах живут по паре, и 3 вольера живут по одному мамульчику. Они примерно все вот такой высоты, и один есть в комплексе повыше. Все эти вольеры по площади и конфигурации разные, а по оснащению примерно одинаковые. Давайте посмотрим, что тут есть внутри. Внутри, конечно же, у нас есть домик.
They have houses, they have stumps, they have shelves, lots of enrichment. Oh yeah, absolutely, they do.
Покрытие здесь песочек.
The Pallas Cat may as well be a national treasure for Russia. or any other country that has them. They're not arboreal, so it's really funny to see Pallas Cats in trees.
И там стоит тарелочка, и там же кушать дают. Мы еще всех котят идентифицировать не успели, но некоторых я узнаю сразу. Вот это, например, Волошка.
Winter is coming up, so they're gonna be getting very round. During the summer, they almost look like a quote-unquote normal cat.
Новые таблички, что теперь здесь живут манульчики. А вот это вот самый высокий вольер в ряду. Мне он нравится. Здесь это написано, что осторожно, зверь опасен.
Yes, absolutely.
Опасные звери. А вон один идет опасный. Привет, дорогой. Привет, мой хороший. Деловые такие. Опачки. Ой, что за скалолаз?
Honestly, I wasn't even a cat person until I learned about the Pallas Cat.
А вот так вот познакомьтесь, выглядят теперь соседи наших котят. Это пятнистые олени в своем шикарном вольере. Привет, красавец. Такая вот красота, так что манульчики могут любоваться.
So apparently Sika deer always have those spots, which I thought was really interesting. Because normally deer grow out of their spots when they are no longer fawns.
А еще здесь в предбанниках, так называемых, у кипера стоит, смотрите, водичка, чтобы свеженько наливать манульчикам.
It's minus 30 in the winter in places that the Pallas Cat lives, so they gotta have that thick coat. They're so pretty. Yumi, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the chat. I appreciate the lurk. And if you're not back before you have to stream, I will talk to you when you go live. I hope you have a great rest of your Meow day. All right, back to Pokemon. I wanted to have a quick palate cleanser. All right. So Veluza ain't bad. Mold Breaker's nice because it means that I'll be able to hit Mon regardless of their ability. So for example, if I had a ground Mon or a Mon with Mold Breaker that had a ground move, I could hit Flyer. I could hit Levitate with it, which will be useful against Vikavolt. Okay. But ideally, we want another one because actually, yeah. So we can have one as Mold Breaker, and then we can have another one that's going to be Sharpness. But we won't get that until we get to Saffron. Don't need. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the berry. Berries don't get replenished in wild battles. So that's an oopsie doopsies on my part. Okay. Let me see if Wimpod is from the good rod here. Oh, it's only old rod. Okay. That's actually better. And I could get a Krabby. Krabby's interesting because its mega is steel. So that's a good way to get extra typing without using Empoleon, which I think is the only water steel mon. Okay, we'll old rod this then. There's Wimpod, very good. Let me double check. I think all the ability is emergency exit, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay. And because the whole thing is running away, this is Sir Robin. He bravely ran away. Okay. All right, very good. So that's probably most of the mon I needed to get. I don't think there's any water here, but at the very least we can grab the move. I forget what it is. Rest. We're not gonna use it, but maybe? All right, let's see. I don't always remember what all the red guns are. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I legit don't think there's any water in here, aside from the one I already have, which is Shellos. And sand force doesn't matter because I don't have a way to set sand automatically, and I don't want to lose tempo by manually setting sand. Okay. We already have a Veluza, so we don't need that. I know that the whatnot are more biased towards their hidden abilities, but I don't think I really need it. Like, by the time I get the Celadon, I'll have I'll have Dream Patches, so we don't really need this encounter. Okay. I don't think I need Eviolite from Whitney. Most of the time, I'd rather have a super effective berry, TBH. Ducklet is good for later, because no guard means I can go Blizzard, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, and none of them will miss. And 2 out of 3 will be Stab. Okay, so we do need Horsey. Bruxish is also interesting because it's essentially Gorbis in the sense that it has Dazzling, which blocks priority moves. Okay. So at the very least, we want to get Ducklet. And it's not a big deal regarding no guard yet, because realistically, what I would want to use on it, it doesn't get those moves until like 47. So we have the Ducklet and we store the Ducklet. Okay. So then we want Horsey and Bruxish. Relicanth isn't bad, but I can legit get a water fossil from the fossil NPC guy. I forgot to do that. I forgot I didn't take this fight. Eel. I think it was Olderod. Let me double check. Okay. Yes. So Olderod and Goodrod. Swift Swim, Sniper. It'll be yet another Watermon that isn't weak against Thunder thanks to the Dragon typing. Very huge. Not yet. And then it was Goodrod for Bruxish. I hate this sprite. The large lips, the teeth. I understand that not all art's for everyone, but I'm not pleased with this sprite. I used it in Mono Psychic because I wanted access to priority blocking, and I didn't have any other way to get it. But I hate how this sprite looks. All right. We want to grab the, what's it called? We want to grab the coupon for the bike. Yes. Gotta go with the classic Lord Helix, provided it actually fits. It may not. No, I think it does. Okay. And then this is the guy who gives you the fossils via shards. Okay. So we take Kabuto and we take Tortuga. And it's nice because he doesn't give you the fossil for it. He gives you the Pokemon. So you can skip a step, which is really nice. Also, I really like Kabuto. Looks really cool. Has some good moves. That being said, it does lose 4 times the grass, so I'm using that very sparingly. Initially, I did want to use them more, but the only water rock mon that I can get right now that would have Accelerock would be Binnacle. So we need to get Binnacle instead as well. Okay, thank you. We have the voucher. We go back to, I think, let's look for it. So we limit how many times I have to fly back. Pallet Town. Yes, we can absolutely do that. We're also gonna save because it's been a minute. I don't want to lose any progress if it can be helped, you know. All right. So we want, let me check Tough Claw. I'm probably gonna want Infiltrator for Giovanni because the Shed Tail from Orthworm. Let me see what's affected by Tough Claw. All right. It does not tell me. All right. Okay, good. That is perfectly fine then. So I only need to catch one, because by the time I need Infiltrator, I'll have access to Ability Pill. I'll have access to Dream Patches. So that's huge. Fishing for hidden ability is pain, because you can't Dex Nav it. So, thank you. It's a rock pun. Or is that backwards? It might be backwards. Let me check. It is not backwards. Okay, very good. I wanted to double check just in case. It's one of those things where it's like you know how a word's spelled, but it looks wrong because you almost never like type it. Okay, so that's good. What else? Tentacool's not bad, but it's still gonna lose to a lot of things, so I'm probably not gonna bother. I know we do have a Barbosh, and I know we have a Whiscash. I don't think I use Clauncher or Corsola due to how slow they are. Alright, let's see. We already have a Shelter, that's huge. Believe it or not, I do want to get a Clobbopus. Not because Quaxley isn't broken, but because Clobbopus has Technician with access to Mach Punch and Aqua Strikes, or Jet Strikes, whatever it's called. So that's actually huge. Okay. I'm just making sure I'm not missing any other Watermon before I more or less get on with it, you know? Okay. So yeah, we want Carvana and we want Quillfish. Or at the very least, we want Carvana. Because Mega Sharpedo is really cool looking. And in Moemon, she's a pirate queen. And tan. Really good work by the Moemon spriters. Okay. I guess I'll catch it just to get it out of the way, you know? No. Wait, is it Good Rod? It might be Good Rod. It might be silly. It is Good Rod. Okay. That's fine. I already have a Barboach, so that's not a big deal. I mean, I may as well look at the other ability it has, right? Not that exciting. Okay. So it's basically Water Bubble, but it's more of a signature move type thing. Okay, that's fine. That's good. Don't get me wrong. It does nothing to address the fact that it loses 4 times the grass, which is one of the reasons why I'm so reticent to use Water Ground for anything. Okay. Because even with a Rindo Berry, even with a super effective berry, realistically, you are dying to a 4 times move. Okay, so having 2 of these wouldn't be bad because I would have Swift Swim and or Toxic Debris. I would also have access to Intimidate. So I think I'm gonna probably get 2 Quillfish if I can. And I'm gonna wait until I have Dream Patches for Intimidate, because there's no way I'm gonna be able to fish out a hidden ability one. Especially when these aren't common, you know? No. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, there's Carvana, very good. I may not be able to get the speed boost because I think that's a hidden ability. Yeah. So I probably won't use Carvana until I get the Celadon. Okay. That's fine. Okay. I don't need a second Barboach. No. Second Quillfish, good, okay. We're gonna save, because it's been a minute, I don't want to have to redo anything, if it can be helped. Okay, so I need a Clobopus. Let me check the other 3. Let's see. Mega Launcher is very good, but it's relatively slow and it's only water. Okay. We already know we want Clobopus, so let's check Corsola. Regenerator is not bad. Same issue as other Water Rockmon, the 4 times weak. Okay, also not bad. It means I don't have to worry about loaded dice. So there is probably a world where I'm grabbing Octillery just for several fights, like the back-to-back in Cerulean Cave, because she leads with a Focus Sash Mamoswine, and Bullet Seed, Rock Blast, Arm Thrust will bypass the Focus Sash. And super effective berry will only proc on the first hit, which means the other 4 hits will be dope. It also means I don't have to hold a loaded dice. So we absolutely want a Remoraid. Okay, Sheer Force is big. I'll make sure by the time I get a Krabby, I'll make sure I get a Krabby by the time I get to Saffron. Okay. Once we have Surf, we can get to where that TM is. It's Ice Spinner. It does a lot of ice damage, and it destroys terrain. Okay. Now that we have ability pills, I can also give Meryl huge power. That's going to be very useful. Okay. This is funny. The clam pearl, the shell constantly opening and shutting, looks like a yapper, you know? Okay. More fishing. Hooray. But we knew that. Yeah, alright. I think it's because I got the Sevian Mon from the Sevian code. If you have one, it counts as you have both of them in the dex. Okay. At least in the dex nav. Okay. No. Finally. I'm gonna go with Oscar. It's not clever, but it's alliteration, and it's good enough for me. Part of me wanted to make it Oscar go, but it's not a snail. Alright, I feel confident that we can fight Misty now. Let's pull the docs for the Misty fight. And by that I mean Bugsy. Alright. Oh wait, I wanted Clobopus, right. That's 60% in Route 22. Okay. Right here. Yep. Now, these hands, it'll be funny. It's like, go get him, these hands. You don't want to mess with these hands. All right. Man. These hands. I'm not a fan of that, but we made it work. All right. Good enough, right? Let's see. Oh, the hidden abilities technician. I forgot. Okay. That's less exciting. All right. So let's get ready for Bugsy. It's gonna be raining, and we don't have any fire. So we're basically relying on flying. We're relying on some rock. And we're relying on just not dying to things that would be super effective. So I'm not sure how we're doing this. I have to lead with someone who can fake out, because if I don't, first impression is going off, and we don't want that. Okay. Let's see how we're gonna play this. Yeah, because first impression is only +1 priority, where I think fake out is at least +3. Then you got moves like protect that are +7, which is very hard to outspeed, and thank God for that. Okay, let's see. So 63. 92, 85, 105, 65. Okay, let's look at Frogadier. 97. I almost outspeed everyone. Yes, I almost outspeed everyone, and that's actually a big deal. Okay, so So we're gonna keep Pepe. We're gonna keep Ludicolo for the fake out. We're gonna store Azumarill for now. We're going to, let's see. We're gonna keep Tatsugiri. The only thing I have to worry about is Ice Punch. Okay, what else do we need? So as much as I like Gyarados, I don't think he has any good moves at this point. I'm gonna double check though. All right. All right. Wow. Literally the only thing I'd be able to learn would be Ice Fang. I hate that. All right, so yeah. So TLDR, until 30 and change, there's nothing I can give Gyarados. Okay, so if not that, then let's see what else. I think I can get Weasel for this because of the fake out. Let's get the level up and then do it that way. All right. Okay, so Pursuit. It's also a physical attacker, so things like any special is basically not going to happen here. Okay. I need to sort that. There we go. Huge. Sadly, Ice Fang is not affected by Technician. Okay. Icy Wind is. It just doesn't like get any scaling from attack, you know? Bite does though. Okay. Oh, I already have Pursuit. Never mind. Oh, it's actually even. That's kind of a big deal. Okay. That's fine then. Okay. Yeah, we'll take Icy Wind then. Absolutely. I forgot that it was changed. Okay. We wanted Binnacle because Accelerock. Oh, wait. Did I goof it? Oh, no. Let me double check. Yeah, I did goof it. That's awkward. Okay, so we're just gonna send Floatzel home to a river upstate because I do not need this one. All right. Yeah, all right. Bye. Yeah, I forgot that I had two for that reason. Okay. So I'm like, where's the, oh, because I'm stupid. Yes. All right. All right. And then, yeah, we're absolutely gonna grab Icy Wind. while Water Pulse would be stronger, it would have better scaling. It being priority is really nice. This Mon isn't gonna excel in getting hit, so we're gonna basically go 115 speed. That outspeeds everything. That's actually kind of a big deal. I'm gonna stay with that. Okay. So that leaves Binnacle because we want Accelerock. Provided it actually is gonna get it by then. It might not. Let's see. There it is. That's huge. Not gonna lie, I almost went Pepileptic thinking that said Shell Smash. I'm like, oh no. What does he have currently is the real question. Ah, yeah, that would do it. I don't really care about the speed. And I'm pretty sure he's primarily attack. Only deck. Yeah. Not that much of a gap though. I figured it'd be a lot higher separation. Okay. I mean, we're basically relying on Accelerock, so I don't care about being slow, you know? Yeah, it's pretty much only here to throw rocks at people. Priority, you know? So what's the last one then, realistically? Okay. Part of me wants to use the Zoomerol because that'll block the fighting coverage from Ledian. I think I do, and then I think I hold a Walkenberry. Yeah, we're gonna do exactly that. Okay. Okay, so walk-in. Pretty much everyone's getting some form of Walkenberry outside of Onigiri, Big Sip, and Nice. Okay. Do I have the... I do. Okay. Do I have... I do. Okay, that's big. And then... Citrus on Onigiri. Let me just double check their natures and then we're good to go. That's fine. That's actually really fine because it's gonna be raining. That's fine. That needs to be Technician. Okay, so Technician and Huge Power. Oh, Tough Claw, right. Yeah, that's better. And then when we fight Erica, Becca will be, what's it called? Sap Sipper. So literally no grass moves can hurt me. Alright, Bugsy. Let's get this over with. I want my U-turn. Normally I don't even bother fighting Bugsy, but I have several Mon that can learn it. So it's kinda useful. Okay. Oh no, what a shame. We're gonna eel. We're gonna save. And then we're gonna lead with... We're gonna lead with Psych. I'm also gonna put U-turn, not U-turn, flip turn on it just so I can get out. Oh, that's right, I didn't fight Misty yet, never mind. I'm silly, don't worry about it. All right, Bugsy, let's go. Fake out. I'm holding an item, so I suspect this is knockoff. Not bad, though. Okay, one down. I'm low HP, so this is random move, but I expect it'll be Thunder Punch, to be honest. Alright. So yeah, we realistically expect this to be Thunder Punch. I'm gonna go into Onigiri. Ah, Drain Punch. Not ideal. Dragon Breath. Eat your berry. Para. Not ideal, but we're okay. We lose the steal, so we're gonna swap out. We're gonna go... okay. We fake out, go into Big Sip, fake out again. Not ideal. Not ideal. More fake out. We made him eat his berry. Kind of a big deal. We're almost there, I think. Okay. Scyther. It won't be stab, but we may as well... Actually, no. We need to swap out. And that's what it's really... Oh, that is unfortunate. I think he was holding a, not Chopple, the other one, Charty. Good enough. It did not go nearly as smooth as I would have liked, but we did it. Hey, RJ, thank you for stopping by. I hope you've been well. We just beat Bugsy in Mono Water. I'm going to be taking on Misty now. As you are here, I'm going to put on another Pallas Cat video. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you had a good weekend, meow day. All right. Save because it's been a minute. All right. In crime news, more stuff against Diddy, a lot more victims coming out and speaking. Sarah Boone in Florida rejected a plea deal because she thinks she can just talk her way out of it. She's facing a mandatory minimum of 22 years in prison if convicted. She'd get way more than the minimum because of all the aggravating factors. Her trial was also pushed back at least 1 week. We were supposed to do jury selection today, but the Hurricane Milton. Yeah, exactly. No party like a Diddy party. Let's see if we can find more Pallas Cats. It's hard to go wrong with the classic that is Zelenogorsk. His name roughly translates to Greenville/Greenberg in Russian. Have to wait for it to stop buffering. YouTube hates me. In Minecraft. There we go. He's such a good boy. He's gonna be getting ready for winter soon by fluffing up his coat. That was Monetization. His second channel, Monetization Live, put out a video yesterday showing the new batch of enclosures at the zoo in Novosibirsk where Lolo and several other Pallas Kittens are. It's basically a stretch of enclosures that are quite nice, and it's named Mono Alley because you can basically walk down the side and look at all the enclosures, and it's all Pallas Cats, with the other side of the alley being some deer from Japan. Let's see if I can find more from the YouTube side, since some of the channels don't always show up from my YouTube front end. So we have one from 4 days ago. Nice. You'll love to see it. I'm gonna do a quick breb while this plays out. So adorable. I love the little white chin fluff. These cats do be living their best life in Russia. A lot nicer than some zoos in other countries. Breb.
Красавица жура. Ты красивый у нас мальчик, да? Красивый такой.
Вот, Лолу, котят отселили, Лолу. А может и Лолу отсадили куда-то. Ну, здесь должна быть Лола. Караганда. Караганда ходит. Старенькие, уже 15 лет ходит. Ну, здесь 2 котенка должно быть. А сидит все время так смотрит. Чего там смотришь-то? Там даже щелочек-то не видно. Он там ходит, а этот смотрит. Куда вот? Ой, красавица. Здесь снежинка должна. Снежинка. Она и есть. Снежинка. Красавица.
Also, that was Anna Novikova on YouTube. Because it's in Russian, it doesn't always show up on my front end for YouTube. You know what? I'm actually gonna... It's a long one. And it's a lawyer looking at the Sarah Boone most recent stuff with the delay from the hurricane and the plea being denied. It was a very generous. It would have been 15 years minus time served, 85% of it served. She would have realistically served like another 4 years in prison and she would have been out. But Sarah Boone is the kind of person who it's very much, I didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't intentional. I'm not going to admit anything because I didn't do it. She rejected that deal. It's probably still going to be on the table because ultimately it's more efficient for the justice system to get people to plea out. And it's also better for victims because then they don't have to be constantly re-traumatized by family members and loved ones of the victim having to show up at trial and see autopsy photos and see recordings and all the other horrible stuff. But lawyer, you know, That's going to be it. I've reacted to quite a few of his stuff before. He's gone over various cases. He's been following the Sarah Boone stuff for a long time, since it's going on 5 years now. He is one of several channels that are lawyers that look at crime content that I follow. Some others are CLR, Bruce Rivers, Criminal Lawyer Reacts, Legal Eagle, another good one. Natalie, Lawyer Chick. She's also another defense lawyer, and she's covered Sarah Boone in the past. CLR Bruce Rivers just recently did a one on Sarah Boone, and she had actually taken the stand to testify about some stuff. It's never a good idea to take the stand in your own defense, because you open up yourself to cross-examination, and if there's any inconsistencies, they'll tear you to shreds. Sarah's basically oops all inconsistencies, and it's going to end up being like the Robert Tellez trial, where his lawyers couldn't ask him questions that they know the answers are lies. So all they could be is like, Judge, he wants to testify in a narrative defense, aka I'm going to tell my story and I'm going to hope you guys believe me. And then he got cross-examined, and it was more than enough for him to be found guilty. One more quick breb. This is a proper breb. I'll be back in a minute, and then we're going to cover that. Alright, so lock in. This video will probably take most of the remaining part of the stream. I caught it live earlier, but I didn't catch all of it. And then I think the tail end is about the, what's it called? About Hurricane Milton, which is the reason why this was delayed. But yeah, this is Lawyer You Know. We're gonna move that. We're gonna go that. Oh, I forgot, because this isn't the, since this isn't the front end I use, I have to do it differently. Right. Okay. So we'll have that in a second. There we go. That has it saved to the resolution I would normally use. That way it takes up half the screen.
Welcome in to another video here talking about the Sarah Boone trial, which has been continued just a short while, but there's a bunch of new documents that have been filed. There's
lots of details. We love it.
Play from today where Sarah Boone discusses a potential plea deal, and where the court discusses what they're going to do because of Hurricane Milton.
There you go, much better.
At the end of the video, we will talk about my Hurricane Milton update, what my plan is for anybody that wants to stick
I'm not envious of anyone who lives in Florida, even if it wasn't for like the black mold and stuff. Just these hurricanes, many after each other, absolutely destroying the state.
Thank you, everybody, for being here to hang out. Might be the last live for us.
But yeah, this is Lawyer You Know, Peter Tragos of Tragos Law. I think his father still practices law, and they're at the same firm. He's broken down a lot of cases over the years. The Nicolay Mew, aka the Apple River self-defense stabbing. Ashley Benfield, the Black Swan murderer. The Karen Reed, Corey Richens, Sarah Boone. Very informative. He does his best to be objective, polite, very kind community, it would seem, from all the videos of his I've watched.
for a little while, depending on what power does over the next couple days. It actually should be good for tomorrow. We'll kind of see what happens, but we'll discuss all of that and more, what our kind of plan is for schedule, for video, for things that we're going to be able to do, podcasts, etc. A little bit later in the video. But this hurricane is real. This hurricane is serious. This hurricane is coming right for Tampa Bay and going across the state of Florida.
That's terrifying.
So, that means that court systems will be affected.
Of course.
Court in my
it's a
area
given.
is going to be closed probably all week.
All right.
But in Orlando, which is more inland in the middle of the state, is not closed today. So Sarah Boone shows up for court today to start picking a jury. And there's two kind of options they have. Number one is the court's supposed to be closed Wednesday and Thursday.
I missed all this part.
Friday by ear.
Okay.
So they could have tried to pick a jury Monday and Tuesday and Friday. They probably could have picked the jury and started right on October 14th with opening statements. I thought there was a possibility that they would do that, but there's also it's a real thing in Florida, okay? These hurricanes and the way we prepare for them, and people do a lot of different things, whether it's sandbags, boarding up their windows, taking all of their outdoor furniture in, getting rid of any projectiles, trimming trees, taking pictures of everything, figuring out where you're going to evacuate to, and that doesn't happen the day the hurricane comes. That happens in the days preparing for the hurricane. So that's something.
So I need to beat 97 speed stat.
If you're sitting here on Monday and Tuesday picking a jury, trying to get a full jury pool in of potential jurors for Sarah Boone, and they're all thinking about preparing their houses. What am I going to do? What am I going to do with my kids?
Okay.
School?
Let's see.
And then you end up not being able to pick a jury. And we don't want that in this case or in any trial. So we're going to listen to kind of what the court determines here at the beginning, or this may have been actually at the end of the hearing today, before we get into some of the filings, and then at the end we're going to talk about the potential plea deal.
Thank you so much for letting me know your positions. As we just discussed, as of 10:46 this morning, the chief judge has decided to close all courthouses due to Hurricane Milton, both Wednesday, October 9th and Thursday, October 10. The court anticipates that operations will return to normal on Friday, October 11th, but that's due to the court's continued close monitoring of the impacts of the storm. Due to the potential storm and the ramifications of it, the court is going to postpone jury selection in this matter until Monday, October 14th at 9 a.m. Mr. Owens, please provide the court the order with regard to the clothing.
That would have been awkward.
And we'll address that as necessary. As also requested, please provide my judicial assistant your cellular telephone numbers before you leave today. With that, the court is in recess, and we will see you all on Monday, October 14th. Thank you. Ms. Boone will be returned to the custody of the Orange County Jail pending jury selection.
I don't have a water stone.
So that was the end of the hearing.
Okay.
And so what that means is a 1 week delay on something that they scheduled for a 3-week calendar that they thought might only take 2 weeks, but then with a week of jury selection, my guess.
I will outspeed the Clodser at least.
How old it is, it's not going to be a big deal if they just continue throughout the rest of the month of October, which should.
I had a water stone and I used it already to evolve Ludicolo.
To handle this case, and frankly, even though there's a hurricane, I know how lawyers are. They're still going to be working on this case. They're going to be perfecting it. They're going to be getting their order of proof, the witnesses, the exhibit list, everything in order. They're going to be able to prepare more. They're going to be able to review demos more. They're going to be able to plan, prepare their opening statement, prepare their voir dire and their jury selection discussion that they're going to have with jurors. What are they going to ask about? Will know your lawyer come up? Who the heck knows? But that gives them more time to prepare, which I think is good, and is that little mini continuance that I said was necessary and helpful in this case. I thought it might be a little, a couple weeks, 2 weeks, maybe a month. Ends up being 1 week because of a hurricane. Everybody's going to be busy dealing with that, but you better believe that they will still be working on this case, which is good, I think, for the defense to be ready, for the prosecution to be ready, so nobody feels like they're as rushed to the decision or to the start of this trial.
Okay.
So things are still happening.
That actually might be fast enough.
It's nonstop. So we have a few documents.
I have some ideas.
To go through today.
We're gonna start with Ludicolo though.
Both sides are still fighting about what should or shouldn't come in to evidence, and this is going to be some things that we already discussed and some new things. So first is the defendant's motion in limine.
So regarding what's coming in versus not, last week the defense lawyer for Sarah, James Owens, more or less tried to argue that because the interrogation didn't have a proper handling of the Miranda rights, it needed to be stricken, aka not allowed to come in. There's a lot of damning things in that interrogation. Things like Sarah saying this was an accident 35 times. And that's important because now they're going with battered spouse. You can't be like, I did it in self-defense, but exhibits A through a million being, oh, I did this on accident, I didn't do it on purpose, everything was fine and fun and good. And James Owens, her lawyer, did not cite any case law as to why it needs to not be allowed. And if you don't cite case law, you're not exactly giving them, be like, look, I want this, and here's why I want this. I have cases A, B, and C, and these all support what I'm arguing for. And even if you do that, sometimes the other side will argue, well, that's not what the case is about. You're misconstruing what the core of that case, what the decision that came out of it was. But he didn't even cite any. And then the state was like, look, here's a bunch of other instances where interrogations were really rough and they didn't get stricken. So because those ones didn't, there's no way this one's gonna be. And then it was ruled that the interrogation can come in. So now I believe motion of limine is okay. The interrogation is coming in, and we failed to stop it from coming in. Now the defense is going to be like, well, we don't want certain parts of the interrogation. So now they're operating on, okay, let's get the most damning stuff for Sarah's defense gone. And this motion of limine is likely for that. And then the state's going to have a response, and the judge will have to eventually rule on that. Okay.
The defendant, Sarah, but the motion of limine is a motion that you file to keep something out.
There it is.
You also file it to get something in, like to ask the judge beforehand, hey, we want to get this in, and that's what we're going to do in this motion of limine. But for now, these motions of limine are certain evidence and things that they do not want to come into trial. They don't think they're relevant, or they think there's some legal argument that they should not come in to trial.
That is annoying.
The defendant, Sarah Boone, is charged by way of information with a single count of second-degree, and the offense allegedly occurred on February 23rd, 2020 is what it's supposed to be, in Orange County, Florida. During a homicide investigation, the defendant was asked to come to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. The defendant arrived on February 25th, 2024, again, supposed to be 2020, and was escorted into an interrogation room. A custodial interrogation of the defendant then ensued. The approximate 2-hour interrogation was recorded by audio and video. During the interrogation, the two homicide detectives questioned the defendant at length concerning the facts and circumstances surrounding George Torres' death. At such time, statements were made by the defendant and the two detectives. Some of the statements made by the party should be excluded and redacted from the video mentioned above. From the transcript of the interrogation video titled Transcript of Taped Interview of Sarah Boone, conducted by defendant Chelsea Copsall, case number 2017904. So, what this is and what we're kind of winding up to is we knew that just because Miranda wasn't violated doesn't mean that every statement made on the interrogation was going to come in.
Exactly.
I didn't know if they would quite have time to go through and dissect everything beforehand to file a motion in limine. Seems like they have, at least partially. But I would also expect more objections to come for statements made in the discussion in the interrogation. But this motion in limine is focused on a couple. First, the following dialogue from pages 69 through 71, beginning line 6 of page 69. Detective Scott Lower, hold on. You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go. Sarah Boone said, oh. Across the way to somebody else. Sarah Boone said, oh no, okay, Kim and Eli. Eli or Kim is not a nice person. Okay. She's just automatically not nice. Even after me and Lucas went over there and introduced ourselves, she's not a nice person. Detective Lowen said, why would you think she would let you use the restroom? Boone, because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off. Okay. Because he comes over and talks to us, the two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time. My neighbor down the street down the way, their toilet was broken. They have stuff in the bathroom. So then their bathrooms, like, go over there and try over there. There are 2 bathrooms, so both their bathrooms. I wouldn't let nobody go upstairs and use my personal bathroom, Boone said. That's what the downstairs one is for, Lowen said, or somebody new. Boone said, they're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen. Lowen said, okay. Boone said, and there's stuff in the bathroom, and the toilet doesn't work. Just move across the way, no problem. Boone said, and of course they let me in. Them and them, they're together. They're part, they're families. That's what you really need.
They're
really
family, like
no,
Olive Garden.
It doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally, so he's trying to...
So, she's trying to be like, these people are here illegally. That's what they get for talking shit about me. And the reason why they didn't want to come out for me is because they don't want to get deported. And apparently it is an issue within the undocumented community that, you know, they have a vested interest in not wanting to get kicked out for being here illegally. So anything that would draw attention from the authorities is not going to be done. Things are going to be swept under the rug, etc. Because there's that whole, I could stop the domestic violence, but I also don't want to get sent back to another country. So, not great.
Work on getting his green card. Lowen said, what does that have to do with using the restroom? Boone said, they didn't want to be involved. Copsel said, what's the address? Lowen said, no, I was asking last night because I know, we had several different people.
We can skip most of this. Go here, go here,
Boone said Eli and him.
go here.
Lowen said, saying that he was drunk on a regular basis. Boone said Eli and Kim, okay, did you ask Benny next?
But yeah, exactly. Sarah would be like, ask anyone. Ask everyone. Everyone will tell you X, Y, and Z about me. Well, we did. But, oh, no, not those people. I meant other people. So, you'll love it. That's very much what narcissists are all about. They have an image that they project, that they believe, and then they think other people believe it as well. And then when it turns out other people don't believe it, well, you asked the wrong people, so that's your problem, okay?
Next door. Boone said those are the ones next door that she asked to use the restroom, and they said no. No, she said no. Lowen said okay. Copsel said. Boone said, like I said, she's not a nice person. And the defense says the exclusion of said evidence is required due to the lack of relevance under 9402 Florida statutes. In addition, the evidence is improper character evidence under section 9404. So here's what I'll say. Number one, I 100% agree with the defense. This is not relevant to anything. This would be hearsay. This is inappropriate evidence to bring in if they're trying to say that Sarah Boone is mean, or that people don't like Sarah Boone, or that she doesn't get along with her neighbors. That doesn't go to prove or disprove any material fact.
I think we're good.
Drinking stuff.
Okay.
That she is drunk on a regular basis. If they wanted to bring that in, I think they got to call Eli or.
We're gonna fake out the Frogadier.
They've got to call them to the stand. Again, I don't think they should be able to play this video or transcript, use this transcript to prove any of the facts discussed here. I think it just makes Sarah.
I think he goes ice punch.
People reading this or people in the chat may be like, yeah, see, this proves everything. I do not think this is appropriate or relevant at all for trial. The second section of the evidence to be excluded, page 53, line 11. Well, he's dead as a result of your
flip
action,
turn,
the
okay.
detective said. Line 13, detective said he's dead as a result of your actions. Sarah Boone says,
maybe I get the defense drop.
You can imagine why
I don't
the
know.
state wants to get this in and why the defense wants to keep it out. This certainly sounds like an admission of, at the very least, manslaughter.
Okay,
maybe
yep,
even
defense
worse,
drop, that's huge.
Based on how we know the arguments are
More
changing
flip
for Sarah
turn.
Boone. Page 55, line 24. I have one last question.
Huge.
You realize you're the person that killed
We're
her,
gonna
right?
go
Sarah Boone said, "I thought about
into
that." Detective said,
one
well,
trio.
intention or not, George is dead. You act like when you say unintentionally, that absolves you from everything. Okay?
And yeah, that's a great point. There's statutory crimes, which all that really means is, can the facts that make it a crime be proven? Yes. If so, it doesn't matter what the intent is because it happened. So Sarah be like, well, I didn't intend to kill him, so it's fine, right? And it's like, well, maybe. I mean, they're going for second-degree murder for her, but the point is, yes. So if manslaughter didn't exist, and it was only intentional and they couldn't prove intent, there's a world where that's a thing. But realistically, she thinks, oh, I didn't do it intentional, ergo, no crime. And she does not seem to get that. And I love that for her because it just goes to show someone who's a know-it-all. It turns out they do not know nearly as much as they think. And that was made evident when Sarah was forced to represent herself and she kept doing all the things wrong because everything's against her and woe is her. Despite her being, by her own words, straight A student, excellent mother, excels at everything.
That's the conversation back and forth. They say the evidence is improper opinion testimony by the law enforcement officer, cannot express opinions on the law or the ultimate issue of fact for the jury.
Very good.
In addition, said statements assume the truth of contested facts and encourage the jury to find the defendant guilty as charged because the law enforcement said so. If this opinion
Clauser's an issue.
Assume the validity of the law enforcement officer's opinion because it was allowed in evidence and rely on the opinion in finding the defendant guilty. The issue of causation is exclusively the jury's job. This opinion evidence invades the province of the jury's fact-finding mission. The exclusion of any or all of the evidence described above is required as the law.
I hope we high roll.
As the value of such evidence
we did not.
Is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion, the issues misleading the jury, and would serve only to inflame the jury.
We did not high roll. That hurts. Okay.
No, there's a jury instruction right on
Fake
point
out.
about opinions of law enforcement officers. And they're not allowed to really get up on the stand and say, you know, this is what intentional means, this is what unintentional means. But this is one of the other reasons you don't want to talk to cops, right? Because it's not just your answers that come in. A lot of times there are questions come in. And what you respond to becomes
finally got outsped.
many times.
All
and
right.
I think the judge is going to let most, if not all, of this in. If I was the judge, what I would allow in is he's a dead as a result of your actions. I understand that. I mean, you realize you're the person that killed him, right? I thought about that. That all, in my opinion, should come in.
Oh, yeah.
This is the only one. Page 92, line 15. Well, intentional or not, George is dead. You act like unintentionally absolves you from everything. And well, I don't know what the next line is. If Sarah Boone continues to talk and continues to make admissions, then I think this sentence should come in for rule of completeness and because officers are allowed to ask questions to elicit incriminating statements by defendants. So I have to see what comes next. I don't remember exactly what comes after this, and it's not cited in the motion. But I think if they're going to try to get anything out, this is their best argument.
Off to the SSN.
Okay? So that is the defendant's motion of limity. So out of that entire interrogation, it seems like these are the only two parts they're trying to cut out, which is interesting for me. And
they probably lose both of these.
Not great. A lot of the other admissions.
Oh, that's right. I can fly. I forgot. All right.
Next, let's go to the state's response to this motion of limity.
Okay. Thank you.
The state does not object to defendant's request regarding 69 to 71. I still have it up in the background. 69 to 71 is the discussion about the neighbors. So the state's like, yeah, that's all fine and good. We don't need to bring that up. So
they have more than enough. Yeah. All right.
The state does object to the request for 53, 55, 56, and 92. Let me just make sure that's everything else.
I'm looking for the TM. I think there's like one in this alleyway.
55, 56, and 92. Okay, so all those were kind of pulled.
Whoops.
They weren't all right next to each other. So they do object to everything about the intentional, you're the reason he's dead. I understand that. They object to all
I get that. That makes sense.
The statements are designed to elicit responses from the defendant as they did. They are not statements regarding the law.
How do I want to do this?
Back for the jury. At issue is whether the death was an accident, as she continuously insists is the case, even as recently as October 1st, 2024, not whether she caused his death. The defendant can request the court to
So we're gonna Icy Wind, and I'm gonna Dragon Breath.
You are about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Copsell and Lowen to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions.
Huge.
You are not to consider these opinions as statements by the police officer as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. So this is that one I talked about that was right on point. This is why it's here. This is not a novel argument. This isn't the first time anybody's
We're gonna U-turn out.
This before, and this is how
we're gonna fake out
with this jury instruction to try and make sure the jury knows that whether or not the cop says it was intentional, whether or not they said that whether or not it's intentional affects their criminal charges. None of that matters. None of that should be taken as true. The thing that's important is what does Sarah Boone say? What responses does it elicit? And that's all it should be taken for is the context and back and forth between the law enforcement officer and Sarah Boone.
Gotcha.
So
actually no, Aquajet, right?
That the statements about you're the reason his life ended, I thought about that.
I've thought about it.
I still think all of that.
I've thought about it.
Based and with this,
It's very funny.
Read this jury instruction.
All right.
I still think the last one is a bridge too far. Saying intention or not, he's dead. You act like saying unintentionally absolves you from everything. Now, the reason the defense is arguing they want it out is because it's improper opinion, which I would agree, and that's a little too much, and I do think that's more damning, more prejudicial than probative.
All right, very good.
Court still might let it in. I'm just giving you my opinion. Because I do think there needs to be a line sometimes when we put in front of the jury if it's not a back and forth between the defendant and the cop, and the cop's just making statements as if they're authoritative on the law.
Heal and safe. Very good.
I will say that I think the real reason the defense doesn't want this in is it just hammers home the fact that Sarah number one goal was to try to prove to law enforcement that this was, in fact, an accident.
Yep, sure was.
From my perspective,
all right, let's see.
They need to combat that argument.
All right, let's see.
Even more so when we get to the state's motion in limine, which is going to be the next.
We are gonna grab Chincho because Electric's gonna be good against Cramorant. Let me see if Veluza actually has a psychic move yet. It does not.
Janet said, everyone keeps telling me to leave, but I doubt there's any gas out there. Yeah, I mean, it's as scary to leave as it is to stay at this point.
Yeah, that is a terrifying situation, and I'm grateful to not be in it.
Deal about earthquakes, but we don't have them nearly as often as hurricanes in the east. I mean, it seems like there's a heck of a lot happening this year. Tracy.
We also can't use any water moves because they basically all have Storm Drain. Okay, so let's see.
Amber, we are going to get to the plea offer specifically at the end of the video.
All right.
First, let's take a look at the state's motion limine, and what are they trying to exclude? Yet again, battered spouse syndrome. But guess what, folks? While we have already taken a look at their first request to strike the battered spouse syndrome, this one is very different. While the arguments are the same, there are brand new details I have never read before.
All right, let's see.
Gaps are beginning to be filled in. Details are beginning to be revealed.
Huge.
Defenses are beginning to be revealed as well.
Razor Shell's quite nice.
Because we have statements now directly
gonna take that over Slash. Actually, we're gonna take it over Mud Slap.
Because they have taken the deposition of mental health professionals.
Ooh, and Home Claw. Very nice.
To discuss what Sarah Boone said happened that day.
Okay.
What was her fear? What was the overt act George Torres did to put her in fear in that moment? Why did she not make other decisions?
Electro Ball's a bit crap.
Why did she decide
She's super slow. I'm never outspeeding anyone, you know?
Guess what? We might not get all the answers, but we get a lot of answers right now.
For now.
The defendant has filed a notice and an amended notice of her intent to battered spouse syndrome evidence in this case. Battered spouse syndrome is not actually a defense to a crime.
Signal beam.
The introduction of battered spouse syndrome evidence to support a self-defense theory is not for the purpose of justifying a defendant's misperception.
So how do we want to put this? Let's see. We want to fake out the Cramorant, and then we want to hit it with Shockwave.
To show why the defendant's actions were reasonable. To show, in spite of a reasonable perception of danger from the battering spouse,
Earth power from Shaka. Well, Shaka for the Earth power is what I mean to say. Save again. Go team.
So we're going to focus on this for a second. What is the battered spouse syndrome and what is it not? It is not an unreasonable belief. It is not an imperfect self-defense. And more on the plea deal later, but if you remember, if you guys watched the podcast this morning, by the way, a bunch of people were commenting, stop cutting off your guests, let your guests talk, etc., etc. That's people's favorite comments when they try to be mean in the podcast, number one. Most of these podcast people are like my friends and family, so we're talking and walking through. They don't do this professionally.
Wait.
And so we've edited around things and tried to cut out pauses and stuff.
Laleep is definitely scarier, so we're going to focus on Laleep now.
I'm the person that yaps my mouth the most on this because that's what I do. And I'm a lawyer, and I talk a lot, and I talk fast, try to get as much in as possible, and that's kind of the point of the show, is to bring them on, ask the questions, and discuss them with them.
Not ideal.
I promise all of them don't have to do this.
We're really hoping for the confusion proc.
most of them usually
it does kill.
So
Okay, leap down, huge.
And still enjoy listening to the podcast. John's in the background here, so he can post in the comment
Icy
section
wind.
if you felt like I was cutting him off too much. I usually try to pull even more.
We're gonna T-wave it.
Than what comes out in the podcast, which John can attest to.
Okay, Icy wind again.
As well. But all that to say, the Menendez case, they were talking about the imperfect self-defense. And the
Icy wind again.
Is not a not guilty argument. It is a guilty of something lesser argument. It is, I did mean to do this, but it was not reasonable. Because in that case, the Menendez brothers were saying, we were scared of all this other stuff in the past, and so we did this to our parents that night. At least one of them said that. Well...
And because I have the benefit of... I've already watched this. He's going to bring up the Menendez brothers case where we've been abused in the past, rather than something happened that night that triggered the response. So your parents didn't beat you like an inch of your life that night, and then that night's when you struck. It's that over the years you had been abused, and then out of the blue you decided to do that. There's when you listen to Sarah talk, she talks about how it was like, oh, we were having fun, we were doing puzzles, we were painting, we were drinking, everything was fine, and then all of a sudden he's in a suitcase and he's dead. It would be different if he just like beat the crap out of her and then he passes out and then she does something, and he's gonna bring that up.
They're saying that in this situation, that's not what Sarah Boone is saying. That's not battered spouse syndrome. It's not an imperfect self-defense. That all this stuff happened. She was scared, so she acted unreasonably in that day. What they're saying is she was in fear that day for her life and had to act in self-defense the same way Kyle Rittenhouse argued it, the same way, what are some other self-defense cases? The popcorn shooting case, the same way, I mean, we've seen lots of...
And two things. He'll also mention that being a battered spouse, it messes with your perception of imminent danger. Ergo, things that someone with battered spouse would consider imminent danger, the reasonable man standard, i.e. someone who doesn't have battered spouse or battered woman syndrome, they wouldn't think that. And then second of all, the popcorn shooting is really interesting in the sense that it's a retired cop, I believe also from Florida, in a movie theater. He's having popcorn thrown at him by someone else in the movie theater. He kills that person by pulling his firearm on them, and because this guy's a cop, a cab, and because he just happens to be old, and the system's corrupt, he's found not guilty. If he wasn't a cop, and it was just like I'm in a movie theater, and someone's throwing popcorn at me, and I empty my mag into his chest, yeah, that's not self-defense. But sadly, because who he was, and where it was, he got away with it. And I hate that.
Self-defense cases on here. They're arguing it was legitimate self-defense because she was in fear for her life at that time. So in order to argue that, what you have to say as a defendant is, I felt the fear, and
all right, let's see.
I had to respond. And I responded with enough force to stop the imminent, serious threat I was seeing come at me.
I need pluck or knock off.
I use a weapon to end
because of the berry.
Because I had to stop the weapon they were going to use on me. So in this case, she had to respond with the force appropriate to stop whatever George was going to do to her. And if that equaled ending his life, well, that is what has to happen. But how do we judge that? We judge it based on the force. We judge it based on the reasonableness. We judge it based on what was going on that day and that time. Ashley, Ben.
And yeah, for cops, there's like a pyramid of response. The force being used in response has to be proportionate and it also needs to be the least amount of force necessary to stop the situation. I.e., I'm in like a market and someone calls me a slur, or like I'm in a line and they push me, I can't blow his head off. You also can't be the aggressor. Once things like go south, you basically then claim self-defense and kill him. In fact, there's been an uptick in quote-unquote self-defense where someone has a quote-unquote firearm just in case things go wrong. They pick a fight and then they kill the other person because it's like, oh, well, things went wrong, so I just defended myself. And I've covered at least 2 of those. Michael Draka and Anthony, I think it's Anthony Tott, aka 2 Men in Florida, who started shit. They, want to make sure I remember this correctly. They shot and killed African American men, and they claimed self-defense. And thankfully they lost, because it turns out it wasn't self-defense. It was murder, and thank God for that. All right.
Benefield, yeah, Ashley Benefield again, yeah, lots of self-defense cases. So, it's not justifying unreasonable belief. It's not like, oh, well, I can just do whatever I want because he has been abusive to me at some point in the past. That can absolutely take over, and that can say that his threats, what he was doing.
Yeah, I'll just rock with this.
Saying, I have a weapon in this suitcase,
all
and
right,
I
let's see.
I'm going to do X, Y, and Z to you, or let me out, or else I'm going to do this, or just wait till I get out of here, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. And she knows those are credible threats because of the past violence. That is a plausible argument, in my opinion, if that's what she says happens.
Okay.
They have to show that she had a reasonable perception of danger, she remained in the home, and she resorted to force against him to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm.
This is gonna be hypnosis.
So what are the facts in this case?
Oh, calm mind. Okay.
The defendant has presented several accounts of what happened on February 23rd, 2020. She made a 911 call.
This is gonna
She spoke to a
hurt.
patrol deputy.
Huge.
On body-worn camera. She provided a statement to detectives a few hours later, and then provided a second statement to detectives the next day. The defendant retained Dr. Julie Harper as one of her battered spouse syndrome experts in 2020. Over the course of the next several years, Harper interviewed the defendant about the events of February 23, 2020 multiple times.
Love it.
Exhibit A at the hearing on this
Thank
motion will be
you.
Dr. Harper's deposition, which was taken on October 1st, 2024.
Now we're gonna skip Surge, go to Celadon, then we're gonna come back.
But her deposition wasn't taken until October 1st. The state will direct the court to pages 35, 37, all these different pages.
We have all the items, we have all the TMs.
And the statement made by the defendant, okay? Unfortunately, that is not attached. There's no Exhibit A. If anybody gets that deposition, I will go ahead and
Okay, we're gonna fly back to Cerulean. We have access to Cut now.
The state retained Dr. Tanya Werner as its battered spouse syndrome expert. Dr. Werner evaluated the defendant on October 2nd, 2024. So all these dates are so crammed, but what's important about these dates?
I never healed.
Well, first, we had Julie Harper's depot on October 1st. So Dr. Werner...
Aurora Beam, good enough.
Julie Harper's depot before evaluating the defendant, and probably did. Dr. Werner was in the court
fake
on October
out.
2nd. Not a lot of turnaround time for the defense to be ready for that deposition, but again, everything's crammed in because no continuance, all these lawyers, all these delays, and we are where we are.
This was also happening when Sarah was forced to represent herself, and boy, do we love that.
Exhibit B of the hearing is going to be Dr. Werner's deposition, and he directs the court to certain pages there as well. The state is not asking for the court to make any credibility determinations about the defendant's statements to the doctors. That would be for the jury to do in full context of a cross-examination with the defendant's statements to law enforcement. So why is he citing this? Why is paragraph 6 in here? Paragraph 6 is in here because he doesn't want the court to confuse the issues. The court is not the fact finder. The court does not determine now whether anybody's telling the truth. If so, the court's going to say, this is out of my hands. I wash my hands of this.
Oh, no, that's awkward.
The state's saying, let's assume what Sarah Boone is saying is true, Judge. We're not trying to tell you, hey, she's got to be lying, Judge, because of all these different versions. That's not what we're saying.
And that's a big ask, considering how unreliable and not credible Sarah has proven herself over the years when it comes to everything she said, how it happened, literally changing the tone like 30 seconds later, going from everything was fine, we were painting, we were goofing off, we were having a good time, to he comes at me all the time once she realizes it's not going her way. So it's a huge ask to be like, let's assume everything that's pouring out of her mouth is true, because it's not.
And Judge, assume what she's saying is true. Assume arguendo, as some lawyers like to say. Assume it is true.
Oh yeah, I gotta get the bike. Almost forgot.
What asserting is that as a matter of law, when the defendant told the doctors, does not entitle her to a self-defense instruction, nor does it entitle her to introduce evidence of prior instances of violence, reputation evidence of the defendant's violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence to help the jury understand why what she did was objectively reasonable. And what did she do, right?
And the reputational stuff is important because right after James Owens was retained as Sarah's counsel, he did a press conference, and right at the tail end he was like, and I want to say one more thing, and I want to put it out there, the Torres brothers are violent towards their women. Classic victim blaming. And one of the Torres brothers is currently being held in jail due to the death of his girlfriend. So it was very much being like, well, you see, look at them folk. They be violent. Hell, the brother just did the same thing to his partner. So what does that say about my client? She's the victim, blah, blah, blah. So if this basically wins, then yeah, none of that would be able to come in. Nothing reputational, nothing about domestic violence, nothing about battered spouse. But Pete will go on to say that it's probably for the best that the battered spouse stuff does come in, because if battered spouse isn't allowed and they lose and they appeal, the appeals court will be like, well, maybe she needed battered spouse, so new trial. And you want the least amount of issues to come up on appeal. Like, you're always gonna appeal because it costs nothing. Well, it hurts nothing to not appeal. You're not losing out on anything by like, you know what, I'm just gonna not do it. So you always do it. But the prosecution in the state, they don't want to give any credible things to come up on appeal.
Because we're using some of these pronouns and this and that and the other and they and she and he. What did she do?
Dupe Hider's huge because it has water bubble, half damage from fire, double damage on water moves.
She has to admit that. Number one.
Okay, let's see.
Number two, she has to say she was using
and she doesn't even want to admit any of it.
Was serious. Because she has to know that the force coming against her that she was trying to prevent was serious.
Yeah, she's in a right pickle, and I love that for us.
That's what
alleged murderers do not deserve to get away with it.
Was objectively reasonable. That's what she has to prove.
All right.
The defendant told the doctors, here we go, here's the new details. What did the defendant tell these doctors that they just let out in deposition just a couple days ago, October 2nd and October 4th? The defendant told the doctors that because of past violence between her and the decedent, she had a generalized fear every day that the decedent would cause her serious bodily harm or kill her. So here's what I want you to do, okay? Play judge here for a second, okay? And you guys have two cases. I don't know if you guys have watched everything on these cases, but let's just say Menendez. I keep wanting to say Melendez, and I said Abrahamson throughout the whole trial. It's Abramson. I annoyed myself with that, so join the club if you were annoyed that I mispronounced that. Okay, so we have Menendez on one side, imperfect self-defense, generalized fear that they were always going to kill me, and so we did it that night. And then Ashley Benefield, okay? And by the way, both of these defendants got convicted, but just the description of what they said happened. Benefield said he was abusive in the past. I had this fear from the past. But that night, believe it or not, right?
Spin is an issue.
Let's just assume what she said was true. He threw me. He grabbed me. He hit me with the cardboard box. He blocked the door so I couldn't leave. So you see the differences. Benefield said something happened that night to put me in fear. Overt act. Menendez's brother, Lyle, said past abuse, past threats. That's why I was in fear just generally. So think those two and tell me which one you think this one compares more to, this case.
He's beaten me in the past. Nothing happened. Yeah, it's very much Menendez.
That every day the decedent would cause her serious bodily harm. However, on this particular day, so now we are going to get into the timeline and the details of this particular
I gotta get Flash.
day.
I totally forgot.
This particular day. The decedent did not take an overt act. The decedent is George
And she
Lewis.
literally was like, everything was fine, goofy, and amazing.
He would cause her serious bodily harm or death. I don't know if this is a quote from the depot or if this is the state reading between the lines. That's going to be important when and if we ever see these depots.
We are going to grab Pincurchin just for electric terrain.
To the defendant, when she and the decedent woke up, the decedent wanted to drink alcohol. She did not. So in order to distract the decedent, she suggested they...
I don't want to drink. I need to be compass mentis.
Details from Sarah Boone via her doctor, via the state, right?
Honestly.
So game of telephone, some things get lost in translation.
Not yet.
The fact that the trial was continued and the court's still open on Tuesday and potentially Friday, we could have this hearing in open court this week, potentially. At the conclusion of the cleaning, the decedent, George Torres, still wished to consume alcohol. So the two of them began consuming alcohol. The defendant did not want to consume alcohol, but she did so to placate the defendant.
She's known for being drunk all the time. Right? Oh, I drunk because I had to.
You start to hear her voice, at least I do. You start to hear her voice from the interrogation.
Yep.
Right? She's not going full bore. She's not saying, okay, here's what happened. I got drunk,
Yoink.
he got drunk, he got in the suitcase, he got nasty, I had to leave him in there to save my life, and then I passed out, right? That's, I think, the story that creates the best defense. I'm not saying that's true. I'm not saying she should testify to anything that's not true.
I mean, she will, but, you know.
That she is telling. It's like, even with this battered spouse defense, and the state kind of knows it, she still doesn't want to admit she did anything bad.
Which is fine, because narcissists, nothing they do is their fault. It's always someone else's fault.
They should do that, but that's not a crime. But she still is sitting here today saying,
I didn't do it.
He wanted to drink. I was trying to stop him from drinking, but he wanted to drink so he'd clean the house.
Yep.
He kept wanting to drink.
I didn't want to.
So I said, okay, fine.
I guess you twisted my arm. I'll drink.
I don't love it. I don't love it as a defense. I don't love it as part of the story. I don't think a jury's going to really buy that for
and good. They shouldn't. Okay, let's see.
The alcohol that they consumed was a Chardonnay bottle of Woodbridge. In order to prevent the decedent from becoming sad or upset, she kept him diverted by smoking.
Really? Chardonnay? I'm much more of a card Bordeaux myself, but I mean, I guess they didn't have it. Alright.
Cigarettes with him, drinking, enjoying each other's company, perhaps using the dartboard on her porch, and doing arts and crafts and puzzles. Again, does not seem like any overt acts. Seems like it was a pretty good night. And once again, she's like, okay, her story is, I was so scared of him getting mad, I didn't want him to get drunk, so I kept doing this, I kept doing that, I kept just trying to push it off, push it off, push it off.
I forgot. For some reason, I thought it was the flying one.
Although it apparently would upset the defendant, or the decedent. So this is the state's like, so after all that, she's like, I don't want to upset him, I don't want to make him mad. Then she says this. The defendant suggested that George call his daughter, who did not like talking to him when he was drinking.
Yeah,
so
I wouldn't either.
Up to get mad or get in a fight with his daughter, or that he call his brother to tell his brother that the decedent, meaning George, dragged the defendant, meaning Sarah, down the stairs the night before. So that's weird and random. Why would the state throw that in?
Yeah, that's really weird.
I'm not really sure what this has to do with the argument, except that maybe they're trying to argue Sarah Boone is the one that got George Torres mad.
Yup, I believe it.
Or was poking at him or trying to make him mad.
Poke
or trying
the
to incite
bear.
violence. I don't know. But from my perspective, what it makes me think is This testimony is not going to go well for Sarah Boone.
No, it's not.
The state is going to cross-examine her on this exact issue. So you don't want to make him mad, right? So you try not to drink, you clean. Then you don't want to make him mad, so you drink a little with him. You don't want to make him mad, you smoke and you drink a little bit with him and play games with him. You don't want to make him mad, so you tell him to call his daughter when you know it's going to start a fight. You don't want to make him mad, so you tell him to call his brother and tell you to drag you down the stairs. P.S. I wonder if the same brother that Owens, pulled the docket on for domestic violence of his own.
Yep.
Having done
murder, no less.
For numerous
Allegedly.
hours, there came a point where the defendant and decedent were sitting on her couch in the downstairs living room, and the decedent tagged her and said, "You're it."
Lamau, no.
From past games of hide and seek, the defendant understood this to mean that he wanted to play hide and seek. She begrudgingly engaged in this game.
And he can't say anything to refute this because he's dead. How convenient, Sarah.
Sarah Boone ever did anything on any day was to placate George Torres.
Yeah, she's basically Mother Teresa.
So what did Sarah Boone do? She ran out to the shower after becoming cold and perhaps misunderstanding about the rules of hide and seek. She left the shower and returned downstairs. So basically what it sounds like is she thought she was supposed to be hiding, but he wasn't coming to find her, so it seemed like George thought he would be hiding. So what happens? She walks downstairs. What is George Torres doing? He is placing himself in a suitcase to hide.
Yeah, no way.
At
no,
the time of his death,
I'm sorry.
The
no.
state is pulling this from somewhere else to put in
alright.
At the time of his death, George Torres was 103 pounds. A lot of people ask why.
Tiny guy, yeah.
Well, that's a start. And had a blood alcohol level of 0.138 more
Not
than twice
even a lot. TBH.
But he wasn't driving.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, not twice the limit. 0.08. So what is that? 0.16? It's twice the legal limit? It's almost twice the legal limit, I should say. But he's not driving.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
He's intoxicated. He's impaired. And again, I think that's going to go into the battered spouse defense that he was intoxicated and he becomes more angry and more dangerous when he is intoxicated.
But who's poking the bear? Sarah is.
Meaning getting into the suitcase and decided to zip the suitcase shut while he was inside. So first off, he was placing himself inside the suitcase to hide. You can get in there and close the flap and you're still hidden.
Yep.
And you can still potentially have a very good chance at winning hide and seek.
Oh, right, Torment.
But you don't need to zip it up to hide in there, right?
And you wouldn't leave a gap to be able to unzip it
and she doesn't, or at least
if you were scared to death, you know.
We'll see what the depot actually says, but you guys can probably guess what that is.
Probably a weather alert.
So she decides on her own, at least so it sounds like in this motion, to zip him up. They were both laughing, and there was still no animus between them on this day. Okay? And again,
animus, animosity, conflict. Everything was fine.
That they're kind of quoting the depot. So when she committed the act that ended his life, right? We're going through analysis here in our head. Regardless of anything about anybody. If this was self-defense and she's committed the act to end his life, let's think Benefield for a second. She has pulled her firearm. She has pointed it, and she has pulled the trigger. She has decided to take the act that ended Doug Benefield's life. Could you imagine her laughing and saying there was no animus between them?
Let me check the raid done sheet.
Because that's basically what Sarah Boone is saying with this type of defense that's going. Now, with the way I would explain the defense, that the actual overt act happened when he was already in the suitcase. Now, how good of a defense is that? How much in fear for your life can you really be if somebody's zipped in a suitcase? But then her actual act of ending his life was leaving him in there, not zipping it up. Is it a great
Basque Legion, that's what we want. It's the rare encounter. All right.
The defendant states that she did not zip it completely shut. The decedent was able to poke a couple of fingertips through the gap left by the zipper. So she didn't zip it all the way up.
Which is really weird if you're trying to keep yourself safe. You don't want your abuser to be able to get out. That doesn't make sense.
Was she trying to end his life? To protect her life?
No, not even close.
Her life.
It's outrageous.
Well, guess what?
Okay.
Way more details coming here. And then, the decedent said he could not breathe.
And she taunted him, by the way. She made videos doing this.
About not being able to breathe. And by the way, we remember Owen saying, only Sarah Boone can fill these gaps about what happened when he was in the suitcase.
So true.
Well, here we go. We're gonna get some
Early
gaps
level raid dens are super easy.
This
Later on,
her,
they can like one-hit your Pokemon,
violence,
and that means you don't get to catch it.
Sorry, the decedent getting mad made the defendant get mad. And this reminded Sarah Boone of past violence the decedent committed against her.
Save before, just in case I don't get the one I need.
Meaning he choked her in the past. This made her angry. The defendant shook the suitcase, Sarah Boone, while George was in the suitcase, shook the suitcase. That's a crime.
Yep.
She lost control.
Sure is.
And the suitcase flipped.
And that's how he has all these bruises on him.
And eventually, it flipped. That's not great.
No,
for her,
not great at all.
or for George in the end. Then, more details. She hit the defendant's fingertips with the wooden baseball bat that was in the room.
Yeah, that's not good.
We heard that it was going to be an exhibit, potentially used in evidence or talked about. We heard them discuss it in the interrogation. She's like, oh, what? That bat? That was just for my son.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I didn't beat him to death with it.
That bat is right locked in, smack dab in the middle of this case
Material
because she
evidence.
battered George Torres with it while he was defenseless in a suitcase. And at that point, does he really think he can get out, or does he think every time he tries to stick his fingers out, he's going to get him smashed again by a baseball bat?
Finally, let's go. Go, 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 go. Gotta go fast.
This is all bad, by the way, for Sarah Boone.
Yeah, this is horrible. She's so boned.
I don't see anything good in here for her so far. Now, after having committed...
But we also don't want alleged murderers getting away with it.
Assault, aggravated battery, and the non-forcible felony of false imprisonment, because shaking him around, flipping it over so she knows he can't get out, is false imprisonment. Obviously, hitting him and flipping it over and shaking it is assault and battery, aggravated because of the bat. The defendant, after doing all that, then she believed the decedent would kill her. So now she has this belief.
Sven, because Swedish fish.
Despite believing
and that adaptability is going to go really hard.
So it was right side up. So she flipped it back right side up, and she believed the decedent would be able to let himself out. Yet another new detail. And why is this an important detail?
Ah, he got me.
Exactly the opposite of the defense I said I would present. The defense I said I would present is, if it was true, of course, he screamed at me, he said something that made me in fear that he was going to get out and hurt me or kill me.
Of course.
So my response
my trauma response was do that, yeah. But you left two fingers space in the suitcase to get it.
And this is the batter's spouse defense. This is self-defense. So in fear that she thought she left the suitcase in a position that he would be able to get out.
Yeah, that's literally like so diametrically opposed, you know.
She left it in a way that he could get out. What fear is she stopping? I don't understand.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
What act does she think that she's blocking with self-defense if she's saying she left the suitcase in a position that he can get out? And
what
again,
a shame.
continue to make the caveat that we have not read her specific statements.
True, we haven't.
The state is going through the statements that she made to mental health professionals.
All right, Psyshock, very good.
The defendant's
We're almost ready to take search.
For the decedent to feel like it was like what it was like for her to choke and not be able to breathe. She intended for him to feel this for 2 minutes and believed he would let himself out. And when that happened, if she died, she died. So she was letting him out to do
no water here, that's fine.
He was going to do to her. She did not intend to kill him, and she did not believe the leaving.
Nope, it was an accident. I didn't do anything wrong.
She placed him in would kill him. His death was an accident.
All right, let's see.
So this is definitely the state connecting some dots, and we'll see what the defense says, and I'll tell you kind of what I think is going to happen at the end. But the state is saying it's still an accident. It was not self-defense. Therefore, not battered spouse. So let's read the legal analysis, and then I'll tell you where I kind of come down on this. Battered spouse in evidence is
we need the
defense
T.
is an accident rather
Thank
than
you.
self-defense. And he cites cases. The defendant's testimony is that she intentionally zipped the suitcase out of levity and while kidding around with the decedent during a friendly game of hide and
Levity.
seek.
It's not serious.
Then, when the
Goofing
decedent
off,
informed
you
her
know?
that he could not breathe, she intentionally decided out of anger to make him feel like he's trapped in there for a couple of minutes while she beat and shook the suitcase and hit his hand with a baseball
Yeah,
bat.
that's not
This
great.
is aggravated assault.
This is
aggravated
not
battery, and false
self-defense.
imprisonment. She
Yep.
stated that she flipped the suitcase right side up,
Yoink.
saw that the decedent could get 2 fingertips through.
Careful, we
to
don't
go
want to
in,
aggro this fight right
and
here.
She went upstairs to bed, believing he would be able to get out in a couple of minutes. By the way, this story, maybe it's true.
Yeah,
right?
maybe. We'll
a lot
never
of the
know.
story is true. And it sounds a lot like manslaughter. It sounds a lot like manslaughter to me if this is true.
We're gonna try to catch both
and
of
from
these.
the jump,
Alright, let's see.
that's kind of where I felt like it was going. I didn't
Yep.
think second degree was possible.
But then the recordings
Second
came
degree
out
was a
and it
lot
was
more
so
possible
much
when they made the
worse.
self-defense claim, because I thought they were going to say
Alright.
she intended to end his life, she intended to do this to him to protect herself, which I thought you had to do in self-defense. She had no intention to kill him, no intention to leave him trapped inside the suitcase, and she did not even comprehend
Alright.
that he could die from this. The defendant is thus still saying the decedent's death was an accident.
I didn't
She
do
is
it
not
on
entitled to instruction on
purpose.
self-defense or to
Not
supplement a self-defense case
intentional.
with reputation evidence, specific
Alright,
instances of
good.
past violence or battered spouse evidence. So if this is what she's saying, not only can she not use this battered spouse defense, he's saying, she cannot say how abusive George Torres was or talk about the past domestic violence because the victim's aggressiveness or propensity to hurt her is not relevant if it's not a battered spouse self-defense case.
Just in case I need a bunch of them.
The defendant's statement
Alright.
that she perpetually lived in a state of fear of the decedent is not sufficient to allow
Exactly.
for a self-defense instruction.
You can't just be like
and
out of
all
nowhere
ancillary evidence of
and beat him to
repetition
death.
testimony.
Alright.
Specific acts
T.
of past violence
We're also
or
gonna grab
battered spouse
Psychic from the Mr. Psychic house.
testimony. However, before a decedent may introduce evidence of the victim's character, meaning that he was dangerous or hurt her, he
Thank
must
you.
first show that there
We're
was
also
an
gonna
overt
grab Dream
act
Patches.
by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. That's the overt act. And then they cite some cases, and here's one of them. A victim, in one case, hit a defendant, that would be George hitting Sarah, with a 2-inch wide, 4-foot-long stick in the hand, causing
Alright,
minor
good.
injuries. Okay? So let's assume that happened. Guess what? That did not justify
Yeah,
the defendant's
it
use
doesn't.
of deadly force.
It needs to be proportionate in the least amount.
But they don't give us the facts.
Bonking
It's
someone on the
clear there
head
was not
because they
even the
pushed
slightest
you?
overt act
Yeah,
by
no.
the defendant in this case. She doesn't
Alright.
even say he made a threat to her inside the suitcase.
True,
At least
she does not.
The state didn't cite it.
Alright.
Maybe she does. And if she
We're
does,
gonna
we'll
get
have a very
some
different opinion
water
about this. Like I always
starters
say, when we're reading a
that we
motion
need.
from one side, you should
Okay.
be like, yeah, that's a winning motion. And we haven't always felt that way in every case. But in this one, I feel like the state is
Alright.
making a very good argument. Are they cherry
We
picking?
do want
Is there a
water
lot more in there
Pikachu,
that could be woven into this
because
defense?
lightning rod
We're
and
gonna
fake
talk about
out.
what that might mean at the end.
Alright, let's see.
Prior to the defendant committing the aggravated assault, aggravated battery, false imprisonment, there were no imminent threat from the decedent. You can't just attack somebody as they walk in their front door
Yep.
and slash them with a knife.
We
because
want
2 days
water
prior they said
Pikachu.
you
That's the
had
only
threatened
Pikachu I
text
can use.
If the evidence is improperly admitted,
Alright.
it would be a departure from the essential requirements of the law, which would result in an irreparable harm that cannot be corrected by a post-judgment appeal. The
Okay,
state
we got
acknowledges
serving
that the defendant
Pikachu.
is entitled
Awesome,
to
that's
change her
exactly
story
what we
yet again.
needed.
So if the court does not exclude the evidence now, the defendant should
Alright.
be barred from mentioning battered spouse syndrome until evidence until the defendant testifies to something that is justifiably use of dead force.
And then
So,
we ditch the
let me
rest
explain
because I
what this
can't
means.
use them.
They're saying, judge, and this is part of what I'm going to say at the end, in case any of you guys haven't figured it out yet. I always err as much as I can on the side of we don't want to cut the defendant's legs out from under them so that they can't make any arguments, because we then, appeals get overturned.
Yeah.
And verdicts get overturned by appeal, and then
Not
it goes
good.
all over again. Especially if it's the defendant's entire defense.
It's literally the only defense she could have.
Okay, I am not going to allow you to make the argument that accident is also battered spouse syndrome, but assuming that you don't say that, then I'll let you make the battered spouse argument. Well, the state is saying if you do that, don't let her make the argument in the opening statement.
Lightning
Don't let her
rod,
make the argument
that's
until
a free
after the defendant
swap.
testifies
We
to the facts
love
that would
that.
give rise to
Okay.
a battered spouse syndrome. And they cited this case that said battered spouse syndrome evidence properly excluded until the defendant testifies when that's the only source of information for the defense. It's not really the only source because they're going to get into...
Then we want to save and get some water starters as well. There's several I need / want. Quaxley being one of them.
Properly exclude expert testimony until the facts are in evidence. Battered spouse syndrome not available if the defendant is... If the defense is an accident rather than self-defense.
Also going to save stakes. I forgot to do it for the other 4.
The motion. So here's the way I look at it.
Okay.
The state makes a very, very good argument.
Okay, one more.
A very good argument. I think that technically, under the letter of the law, it might even be a winning
Ashwat, pretty good.
But I think
that'll give me another option for steal.
I will still allow the defense to put forward a battered spouse defense. If they agree, they will not argue accident. If they say we are still going to argue accident, Judge, I wouldn't allow them to. I would make the defense attorney proffer.
Good. I need this for the double battle coming up in Silphco.
This a battered spouse defense, and if he says it, I would let it go. And I think the defense should, because God forbid, the judge strikes the battered spouse syndrome, appellate court looks and says, you've got to let her argue battered spouse syndrome. There was enough in here for that, her fear, the prior domestic violence, all on the record. We got to do this trial all over again with battered spouse syndrome.
And it would take even longer, more taxpayer money wasted, etc.
A new trial or to overturn the verdict and make the top M charge down to the manslaughter charge.
Okay. I didn't get all the ones I wanted though, so let's clean out a few of them.
And these very, very bad facts. Here's what I'll also say, by the way, if I'm the judge and I'm reading this doesn't really help Sarah Boone.
Nope. Nope.
Sarah Boone, in my opinion.
And that's good because she's a murderer allegedly.
That if this is how she testifies and this is the story and this is the details that she describes, I do not think this is good for Sarah Boone. You guys tell me.
We'll save state again.
That this was helpful to Sarah Boone.
No, all it illuminated was more stuff that makes Sarah look bad. But she also wanted to have her ex-husband be called to the stand as a character witness.
I'm going to play
the
video in court of the plea offer to Sarah Boone.
Which is wild. It's probably the best deal she's ever going to get, but she thinks, well, I didn't do anything wrong. I'll just convince everyone with my power of persuasion, you know?
We're going to compare everything, and of course, I'll answer all your questions at the end, and we will talk a little update as I'm continuing to get updates on my phone here. But let's take a listen.
I'm broke. Oops. Useful, I think.
P.S.
Yes.
Can't do anything about the sound. The judge is going to be a lot louder than Sarah Boone. I'll be able to tell you everything they say.
Not the worst thing in the world.
But first they're starting about what is she on? Is it going to affect her ability to think and hope?
The fact that it's mono water doesn't really help me, you know.
When's the last time you took those medications? Are they affecting your ability to perceive or understand? Okay, thank you. All right, the parties
I can't really use Sobble, so I think I'll reset on that.
Just as a friendly reminder, please do not use last names when addressing any member of our venire. Please use paddle numbers. The crime.
By the way, you could tell early on in the hearing the judge thought they were going forward with jury selection.
Until hurricane stuff.
Right call because a lot of the jury minds would not have been there, would not have been paying attention. It wouldn't have been a fair shake because they're thinking about either prepping. Or
I'll try like one more time.
Something else in this hurricane.
Then we'll do it another day.
Matter is second-degree murder.
Yes.
I did ask the state to provide a copy of the score sheet to the defense. Has that been done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what is the lowest permissible sentence based on the score sheet?
22.5 years.
Okay. And there's no offer to resolve this case, is that correct?
The offer is still 15 years on a manslaughter.
Okay.
So.
I'll do it another day.
Bird, Mad Girl.
Okay.
That's awesome. And if anybody else is new just recently from the most recent Sarah videos, please let me know. I'd love to see.
So let's see what I know I needed for this, right?
Sorry, I'm going to put the captions on. So that's the offer. 15 years on manslaughter. And a lot of you guys have comments I'm going to throw up now with what you think about the plea offer. But 15 years on manslaughter. And I'm going to talk about what that means at the end of this video.
Ma'am, do you understand the charge in this case?
Yes.
Do you understand that it's a punishable by life felony? Do you understand what that means?
I will be in prison for the rest of my life.
Okay. Do you understand that
If said I will be, you could be. It's not guaranteed life. I think 22 years.
Okay, I need Route 25. All right.
If you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections.
Which is way worse than what the deal would be.
That's known as a minimum mandatory. So there's a minimum mandatory if she goes and loses of 22 years. So if she takes 15 years and she goes, or if she takes 15 years, then she's at least beating the minimum mandatory if she were to go to trial and lose. Now, that's a minimum mandatory. I don't think she would get the minimum.
No way.
Trial and lost.
No shot she would get the minimum.
So if she goes to trial and lose, it's going to be more than 22 years, I would think. But that's the minimum. So her best case scenario if she loses is still going to be 7.5 more years than she would be looking at if she took a plea deal. So you can understand why the plea deal would be enticing, even if you believe you're innocent or in this situation not guilty because of self-defense.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's not for Sarah. It's not I'm gonna take the deal, because that would take admitting it, having any level of self-awareness and personal responsibility, and it's not okay, because in Sarah's mind, I'm gonna win this, and I'm gonna have no time, and I'm gonna be compensated later by the state. So it's not between 22 years and you know, the other one, because she's not gonna be found guilty, so you don't even have to worry about it. And boy, can I cannot wait for her to be sentenced. This sense of confidence that she has that she's basically gonna get away with it, I don't know why she has it. Once again, people lie to themselves, and narcissists do narcissist things.
But you know you did commit the act to end another person's life.
Resolve this case.
Yes.
Okay.
The offer is.
Hold on a second, I'm going to back it up just so you can hear that.
Okay. Department of Corrections. Do you understand that? Do you understand the state's offer to resolve this case?
Yes.
Okay.
The offer is. 15 years to a lesser included charge of manslaughter, with the understanding that she would serve 85% of everything. That's up to the department and her behavior, but that is my understanding of the section.
Sorry again for the feedback, but the lawyer said he wanted to confirm. So what I think this is very interesting is she's like, you're rejecting it, you understand, right? And it almost seems like the lawyer's like, you sure you understand the deal you're getting, Sarah? So 15 years times 85% is 12.75 years. So that's what she would end up, quote unquote, serving. Reese's mom says she doesn't want her 15 minutes to be over. Zero said 15 minus 4 equals 11. Bad call in my opinion. She already did 4 years.
There you go.
So 12.75 is what she'd have left, minus 4 plus years, 4.75 years. Let's just call it that to make it an even number.
Huge.
So that leaves 8 years. So she would potentially serve 8 years and be out, I don't know how old she is, somewhere in her 50s probably.
She's 42 when she committed the crime.
That's
wild.
That she has rejected.
Yeah, that's not good enough. I want out.
The state's offer,
It's
do you wish
wild.
to accept or reject
All right,
the state's
let's
offer
see.
to resolve this case. Okay.
It's like, ma'am, are you sure?
All
right, let's see.
The opportunity to under review and go over with your attorney those witness lists. Okay.
Judge,
I'm gonna grab it just for now, but I'm probably never using it. Okay.
I don't think she's seen most amended.
Let's see.
List, filed.
Yeah, I needed
I'll
lightning
make sure
rod
today.
specifically for a free swap on Surge. It's gonna be very funny.
Make some copies of the list and bring
Hell
it
yeah.
back to let her review.
Okay. Ma'am, as to,
Alright.
we'll circle back on that issue, but in your conversations with your attorney so far,
I like Mega
and the witnesses
Horn,
that they intend to call
but 85
in the
accuracy
case,
is really
should
rough.
you choose to put one on, are there any witnesses that you wanted to call or want to be as witnesses that your lawyers have
I'm
not
gonna have to
listed?
hold a wide lens.
By the way, they don't usually ask every defendant this.
Only
just the
special ones like
I'm
Sarah.
because I don't know what the list
Okay.
is.
Okay, all right. We will circle back and readdress that.
I have to see what Seeking can learn from the tutor.
Judge,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
you know, this case was 4.5 years, and she did instruct us to
Cut. Okay, not bad.
neighbors in that apartment complex. She changed name.
Just FYI, this is another thing that doesn't happen in every trial, but
Uh-huh.
the lawyer feels like he has to explain himself to the judge as to why they couldn't get certain witnesses, and she's going to want certain witnesses to be on the witness list that are not on the witness list, even though they attempted to, but they didn't come on the case till 4 years later, and they weren't able to find some of those witnesses, so she probably is going to say she wants some witnesses that didn't make it on the witness list. Guess what? Put it all on the record. It is what it is. Happens in every
Sadly,
case.
I don't
It's
have
not gonna be
access to
an
most of
individual
these. So,
Especially because
alright.
it is going to be at least partially her fault that there are so many lawyers and
Yeah.
so long on the case.
It is her fault, and I love that for her.
Left, so we've been trying to find witnesses from 30 plus days ago, but we haven't found as many as she wanted us to. We found some that we feel like would be helpful for the defense, but we
I do want the fog to get rid of the terrain.
could have found more, but we did the very best that we could. I'll give her the list and then we'll bring that up again, Judge.
Okay, we can address that after she's had the opportunity to review the amended list. Ma'am, are you ready for trial?
Let's see.
I am.
Is there anything else you'd like to bring to my attention at this time?
Honestly, I think I'll go with that.
If I may have water, please.
That's something I got to address with corrections during the break.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and ask the state to bring in our jury. Before we bring them in,
We're
ask the
gonna
parties
max
to
out attack.
reverse their position
So I
and
think
be
it's
on the other
adamant.
side of defense counsel's tables, please.
Alright, let's see. Yep, adamant. We're not using Billy for this. Not yet, at
So he
least.
calls the parties up there,
All right.
and then they end up determining they're not going to pick a jury. By the way, just side note, because it's always kind of fun to talk about this stuff with you guys. So if you notice, they're at the tables and they're facing the judge. For jury selection, the jurors are going to come sit in the gallery, so they move all their chairs to the other side of the table, facing this way. So it looks like, oh, it's always supposed to be set up like this, but it's the same tables. We just move our chairs around. We turn the podium around to face the venire who we're picking the jury from, and that's how we ask our questions. And then when trial starts, we just move our chairs back around to the other side. All right, but we're almost to Hurricane Milton. I almost said Helene. But I want to talk for a second
Blocking
about this
priority
offer,
moves
right?
is
The
really
offer that she
nice.
rejected. Is it a good offer? I think it's a fine offer. I think it's a fair offer. What I want to say is very good and commendable about this offer is the state of Florida, in this case, is absolutely doing the right thing. They feel like they have plenty to convict on manslaughter. They think they have probably an even better argument now that she's admitting that she did it to end his life with self-defense. Kind of. She's kind of admitting it, kind of not. But regardless, she is arguing that she did this either accidentally or
Oopsie
on purpose for an
doopsies.
unjustifiable reason from the state's point of view. So what do? Offer a lesser charge. We don't have to put the taxpayers' dollars at work here. We don't have to put the victim's family through
Don't
this.
have to
We don't have to put
re-traumatize anyone.
We don't have to put the defendant through it. Admit what you did, pay your dues, take your time, serve your time, and be done.
Take your
We need you
lumps,
to
yeah.
Somebody asked, do you think the state, was it strategic of the state to offer this plea deal this close to trial? So I was going to answer that. And then this one said, do you think the state offered a plea deal because they aren't confident in their case? So these two questions here.
This will be
Number
good
one, I do
against
not think they
fighting,
offered this because they're not confident in this. I don't think so.
Palmas.
It's double-minded, but no, I think they're confident in this case. What I think is, get a lock 15 years. In my opinion,
Get it
Joe,
over
you guys
with
remember
and
my
move
videos, I
on.
felt
Stop
like it was
wasting the money of
That's
the
what I felt like it was.
taxpayers, you
I always
know?
thought they overcharged it a bit, and I was wrong. If they come with the self-defense charge, right, it kind of fits right in with the state's theory that this was intentional, what she did to him, leaving him in there, and the videos obviously show some intent. But from a legal perspective, I always felt like manslaughter was the right spot, and guess what? I think that's what the state is showing. They're saying we're okay with manslaughter under these facts. We still think it's justice. She served 4 years. She would still have another 8 years. Was it strategic to offer it this
I don't need ice.
I do not think so.
Not for now, at least.
I think they have offered this multiple times to Sarah Boone.
Okay, and then we want Wakanda Berry
15 years.
Because Thunder Punch.
Take two things away from that. Number one, they maybe have offered that to her since day one, and she said no since day one.
This is the first I've heard of there being an actual plea deal. It's been hinted at in the past. Yep, that's huge.
They offered 15 years. Those are the two kind of 5 years. I think the 15 years that they're referencing were offered. Now, why does the defense not want to take that? Number one, maybe she wants to stick it out and go to trial and prove her innocence, as she said before.
I didn't do anything wrong. I'm the victim.
If you're Owens, maybe you're like, I kind of hope that all this work I was doing, the motion to suppress, the motions in limine, the arguments, the witness list, the deposition,
sweeten the deal, you know.
Then it would move the needle a little bit. And they would see that I'm ready, and I'd be at the courthouse steps,
and you're not.
Make a better offer.
And you're not.
Guess what? Doesn't seem like they're gonna, because they were just about to turn their chairs around and do jury selection.
Alright.
Now, because at any time they can make an offer. They can make it maybe 14 years, 13 years, 12 years, whatever it may be. If they get to the right number where it's sweet enough, or maybe Sarah Boone only does. I mean, I'm sure she would take whatever deal to get out time served. They ain't gonna offer that.
Yeah, they're never gonna give her that. Their case is way too strong.
2, 3 years.
Okay.
Like, what would Sarah Boone actually take?
She would take time served. She doesn't want to serve anymore.
15 years. Maybe push for 13
Alright,
years,
let's see what else.
like that, where she gets out in 2 or 3 years.
We do want low tap. We do want low to Colo.
Okay. So that's just a complete hypothetical, not real life example, as if she were my client and I knew everything about this case like that.
Trying to think what else I need. I need.
Let me see if there are any more questions.
Probably Binnacle.
Yes. And if the story is true, she should have taken the plea. She zipped her own case.
Yeah, she did.
Part of the pun. Love
yeah,
from
she did.
Galway. Thank you.
All
man.
right.
And yeah,
it's not gonna be raining.
She should have to feel too bad about taking this if that's because this kind of does fit in with the imperfect self-defense, which I personally think this is closer to. Maybe she was in fear. Maybe that's why she left him in there. But it was unreasonable. He was not about to end her life.
Exactly.
She could have done a million other things like just walk away, call Brian, call 911.
On tempo, we can't be confused. We can't be intimidated.
Like she's done before and go to Brian's.
Oh no, the game crashed. Fuck.
Sebi said
it does that every now and again, so it's like, oh no.
Sebi, I thought the same exact thing. I don't like to comment about what people are wearing for the most part, but
I hate it.
Thought she was still
I hate it. Hopefully we didn't lose too much. Okay, let's see. What do we need? Okay, we need.
Can you cover the quiet payouts to freak
Gizam.
Celebrities? The accent of the guy I was listening to sounded
we
like
need
Dungeon, not Busby. I don't know what you mean cover the quiet payouts. I haven't seen anything.
Ludicolo.
Whitney. Sarah can't seem to understand that being a right fighter has gotten her absolutely nowhere in her case. She should.
We do want one ground mon.
I mean, what would you guys have thought in the plea deal? Would you have thought that's a win for Sarah Boone, a loss, or just kind of a fair deal?
Rock's going to be useful as well.
What would have been your immediate thought? That's 15 years, or whoa, she's doing 15 years, that's a ton, or that's about right where I thought it should be? Zero said she wants a trial by combat.
I wish she'd get a trial by combat. That would be hilarious.
BK Jr., Peter, now that the plea deal was refused, is it permanently off the table? No.
I wish it would be.
The state can pull or make plea deals any time. Anytime, even after she's convicted. They can do some kind of deal. There's lots of different times.
I mean, we can put Billy away. We're not using them.
And make plea deals.
We wanted Mudkip.
Grace. I'm looking, and you guys are saying a huge win. And that's what I thought. I would have thought most of you guys in the chat would have been like, whoa, that's it? She only has to serve 4 more years for taking a man's life and beating him with a baseball bat?
It's a dragon.
Win,
I think I'm going to grab it as well.
Fair-ish, win. Not a single person I see in the chat says that would have been a loss. I would have said fairish, if you know my honest opinion.
So you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, okay.
Where was I going to go next? Oh, questions about the hurricane. Okay. Wafa, caught alive after so long. Life happened. Can someone please share the podcast information with me? Please cover Madeline Soto. Stay safe during the hurricane, Peter. I heard...
Uh-oh.
Oof. I heard... What was I going to say? 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 I heard...
Spoopy, scary hurricane things.
Alerts like that nonstop, and we're getting there. We're getting there. I saw a couple other comments and questions about the Madeline Soto case, and guess what? Next week, next Monday, Madeline Soto on the list.
Huge.
It's kind of a two-for podcast. We do multiple cases in it with a brand new special guest that I've never had on. I've been on their channel before. It's not Emily Baker yet, but she'll be on one day. I'm really excited about it. Somebody who only covers true crime. So hopefully you guys are excited about it, and I think we'll be teasing it at some point this week, weather permitting. Amber Bully LVR. Thanks so much, Peter and fam, for thinking of us with Milton bearing down. Just donated to the Lawyer You Know Helene Fund. Pray it's not necessary, but please share where to send help for Milton ASAP. Thoughts and prayers.
We definitely can't use duckfoot yet.
What happens to us? Because whatever's going to happen to us is going to happen, and I'll continue to talk about it. We're going to continue to support. We're going to continue to help. We're going to continue to help as many people as we possibly can with all hurricane relief, Helene, Milton, and whatever else might be coming. Number one Baylor said, why don't you get out of town with your family when a threat is imminent? Impossible. I don't know what you mean by impossible, but it's a personal decision for every person.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't tell anybody what to do as far as evacuation.
Say if we're going to do that again and not lose out on what we had.
The best decisions I can. Our house is not in a flood zone.
Ideally.
It's like we have a basic concrete structure, Cat 5 clips on our roofs, hurricane windows, everything you could possibly have. So wherever I'm going to go in the area is going to be the same or worse than my house setup currently. We're not near water. Rain could flood, of course. And that's stuff, right? I don't want to lose my stuff, but if I do, I'll still be alive, right? I care about lives. Evacuating, by the way, if you mean impossible, it is basically impossible. We evacuated during, was it Irma, I think it was? And we literally almost got stuck on the side of the road at Chiefland with no gas.
That's terrifying.
They were letting us fill only 5 gallons at a time. We had my kids. They were perfectly fine. My wife was freaking out. We saw stuff on the road nobody should ever see.
We wanted to get Goldine.
It was horrible.
So let's go back to where we were.
Panic attacks and couldn't get to hospitals because of different things that were going on. We ended up getting out. It was so incredibly stressful, and I couldn't wait to get back. We were delayed and couldn't get back. Didn't know what happened to our house, and that was incredibly stressful. So here, if a tornado comes and it's our time, people might not like this, but I don't want that to happen. I hope it doesn't happen. But we will be prepared and ready for anything if it is catastrophic.
Get me out of here. I didn't do anything.
Our stuff is damaged. We will deal with it.
Oh, no.
If there is loss of life, which I'm praying is not, I know where I'm going. And I don't want it to happen. And we've done everything we possibly could to make it happen. But at this point,
save again.
Here, then to evacuate for me and my family only. Not making that decision for anybody else. Cheryl, Peter, are you worried about the storm? I've lived in Palm Harbor for 40 years, and this one has me very concerned. I am worried about it, but things happen every single day, right? That we can control. And one thing I've learned, I'm a kind of a control freak, is that these storms let you know you are not in control. Man, we can only control what we can control. We have to do the best we absolutely possibly can. I will try to keep all you guys updated as much as possible. I know you're concerned. I appreciate that. Love you guys for it. On Twitter, I may go live with my phone.
Save again. I don't want to lose that. I don't want to have to redo all that, you know?
We're doing life here.
Okay. Let's see.
Sharon killed poor MF. She needs a life, old man said. That's what he thinks about the plea deal. I would take it if I were her, Julie said. Stay safe, Peter. Thank you.
No.
Hassan said, Peter, do you have to evacuate? No.
Okay.
Is the hurricane going to hit your area directly? Have you reached out to your donation amount goal? Last I checked, they gave me an update. We were at $82,000. So we're almost there. We're almost to the 100. That's including the match. So 41,000 from you guys, 41,000 from me. So we still have 18,000 to go. And they'll continue helping with Milton.
It's scary to use Mudkip because 4x to grass. And there's a lot of grass coverage.
I expect you to continue the stream even if you are floating, Peter. Zero said, as long as I have Wi-Fi or service on my phone, I'll be keeping in touch with you guys. J. Michael R. and Osceola Cali just closed school Tuesday through Thursday. Yeah, most schools around and in the area and in the path are closed most of this week, if not the entirety of this week. Welcome to Leslie and all the new members. So we are staying put. We will be in my house, or my sister lives like walking distance away, so we may be over there hanging out with them a little bit. We got all supplies, batteries, flashlights, fans. The number one thing that sucks without the power is the AC in Florida because it's 1,000,000 degrees.
Yeah.
I can live without TV. I can live without internet. My kids will struggle with it, but it'll be good for them. It's just a joke.
Nice.
I joke around a lot in times of nervousness or, unknown, the fear of the unknown. That's what I hate, not knowing what's happening, not being in control of it. So I like to be here to assess the damage and fix as much as I can. If it does flood,
let's see.
To start the fixes of it immediately, as opposed to being evacuated and you come down to mold. It just creates a million other issues. Projectiles going through windows. I'd like to be there to tape up the target if I have to, as opposed to just not knowing and then the house getting soaked with hurricanes and things like that. So I will do the best I can. The best I absolutely can is my number one thing to try to keep me and my family safe.
So that's fine.
And we are ready, and we'll get through it 100%. I know it. Yes, we'll be doing all the things. Thank you. Yeah, filling our bathtub with water, all of that stuff. We would love for you guys to pray
probably
for us,
fine, TBH.
And checking up on us as much as you can. And we'll again do the best we absolutely can.
32? Okay.
Technical suggestions for a case that you won't share on these YouTube videos for fear of the defense working on the case made up strategy. I don't think they are. I always don't think people are watching. I know some people watch sporadically. But I'm going to talk about it as much as I can to give you guys the real behind the curtain stuff. I don't really hold back. I don't hide anything. And most of my arguments are not novel. Most of my arguments are not, wow, he brought this out of nowhere. A lot of them are based on case law, based on statutes, based on arguments used in the past. So I can't think of a situation where I've taken something.
36.
I haven't talked about for different reasons. But no, it's not something like, oh, I wish I could talk about this defense, but if they use it, then oh no. It's
oh
like,
no,
if it's a defense
yeah.
and the criminal defendant,
all right,
wants to use it, that's fine. But again, a lot of my defense are based on hypotheticals. I don't know what the actual meat of the facts are. That I only know what I know. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what the defendant is saying, and all of that is very important. Maureen, I went through Andrew, so did my brother-in-law who was here. I was talking about my sister's house. He went through it as well. Within his family, lost their house. So we're leaning on him a lot. Thank you, Janet. And same to a lot of you. I know a lot of you guys are in the Pinellas and Hillsborough and Pasco area and all around the state, and you guys are the best. I appreciate you so much. I hope all of you stay safe and make the best decision for you.
Hydro pump's nice.
I hope you do it.
But I don't want to have to use a wide lens,
Not clogged up. And if I can do anything for you, please let me know.
Especially since it's not going to be effective against electric.
Stay safe, lawyer, family. Yeah, there's a lot of people in here that could and will be affected by this.
Okay.
We'll come out the other side and we'll be strong together. Cindy Lou, thank you as well.
But yeah, that was lawyer breaking down the most recent development with Sarah Boone, the alleged suitcase murderer's trial. Hopefully, after Milton is done, they'll be able to get back to doing jury selection, and this farce of a trial can finally get going. It's been delayed close to, if not over 5 years at this point because of Sarah's ego. She literally thinks she's just gonna, talk her way out of it. I just gotta keep repeating the same lie long enough. And oh yeah, that time where I said it was an accident 35 times, constantly contradicting myself, is not coming in. Well, guess what? It's coming in. I like Lori, I've been watching him more recently as he's been putting out more videos compared to, say, Criminal Lawyer Reacts or Legal. Do the like, do the follow, do the subscribe. We're gonna go back to beating Surge and music. Hopefully you all found this as enjoyable and informative as I did. Okay. Alright, let's see. We're gonna do a hard save again. I don't want it to redo anything. Okay, so Adamant. I'm pretty much getting outsped by everyone, which is really scary. And as much as I want to lead with Mudkip and do Stomping Tantrum, it's just gonna swap into Vigavolt. I'm gonna have to hold a Rindo Berry and hope I don't die, Alright. On the upside, because I'm grounded, I can't be paralyzed. me pull up. Yeah, that's terrifying. We're gonna die from that no matter what, I think. So instead, I'm gonna go with Hardstone because I want to get as much Accelerock damage as I can. Alright. It's not gonna be raining. Okay. Alright. We're gonna go... We only care about Fake Out for the flinch, so it's okay that it's not being boosted. That's fine. This needs a change. It's gonna be modest. Actually, no, it's gonna be defense up because Palmot's sashed. So it doesn't really matter if I one hit because I literally cannot one hit. Very good. And we're gonna go probably Walk-in Berry because I can still take damage from electric. Okay. When does this evolve? Prism Scale, I think I picked up one, but I don't remember. Okay, let's see. I did. Okay, awesome. So now we have a Kingdra. Huge. I don't think I have the scope or the lens, which is a bit of a shame. Let's see. We can only yawn if we can get rid of the terrain. So this is probably my only stab move right now for Dragon.
Invincible.
Okay. We're gonna go speed up, attack down. Timid. Okay. Let's see. No. I think there's only one Mon with ice coverage, so I don't have to worry too much. Yeah, I think I go for the dragon held item to make my Twister be stronger. Okay. We need Rindo Berry for Sea King since it's immune because Lightning Rod. Okay, save again. It's been a minute since I had that kind of crash, so that's fun. Okay, good. That's fine, I think. Let's see. No one can blow up, so that's a non-issue. Okay. No. I mean, Bulldoze isn't bad. I'll probably take it over a water move since water's not going to do anything here. No. We already have priority rock. Not ideal. No one can learn defog, so we're gonna have to stall out the terrain. Which is definitely not ideal. I already have rock slide, I'm fine. Maybe. Let's see. No. It wouldn't be bad, but it has very little in the way of attack moves, so I'd basically be like Iron Head, and that's it, I think. I guess we'll do Icy Wind then. No. Let's see. So we'll keep Twister. We'll keep Brine because it'll still do double damage. It'll still have its damage increased. So it's not like the worst thing in the world, you know? Let me see if they can learn anything from the tutor here. Maybe it can. Yes. Okay. Oh, no, not you. The other one. Okay, that's fine. Oh, interesting. No. Okay, hold on. I mean, I'm not really going to be able to stay in anyways because it's just going to swap out, you know? All right. Boo. No. Nope. Alright. So that's basically about as good as it's gonna get, I think. I'm not a fan, but, you know. Meowdy. I mean, it would be a hard-hitting move, but boy, let me tell ya, it's not gonna do a lot of damage is kind of the issue, you know? Once the electric terrain is gone, I can use Yawn. So I think that's what we'll do. Okay. So ideally, we fake out Giga Drain to get rid of Pincurchin. Gizam is meant to deal with Pawmot. Kingdra can basically go against anything. Nice is also meant to deal with Vikavolt. Kip can deal with Vikavolt, but it can also deal with several of the pure electric mon. Gil. I need to give that lightning rod. There we go. All right. Go team. Oh, that's right. So it's always the bottom right and the top left in this, which is nice because you don't have to worry about it resetting on you. Fake out. Oh, yeah, Sap Sipper! I wasn't even paying attention. That's on me. All right. So I wanted Defog to get rid of the terrain, but unless I bring a flyer, I'm not getting a Defog. Also, if I use Defog, it'll probably read that I have Defog, swap out, and reset the Defog later. Or reset the terrain later, which would be really annoying. Okay, we're doing it, and we're doing it live. Let's go. Fake out. That also eats a turn of the terrain. Sadly, this now means that Vikavolt's gonna... Not Vikavolt. This sadly means it's gonna be able to come in and reset the terrain. So... this is either Air Slash or Bug Buzz. So we're going into Nice. Oh, Mud Shot, okay. That's horrifying. We're gonna Excel Rock. This is already going poorly. I don't love this. Okay. We're gonna go Kip. Okay. Belly Bolt has what? Does he have the grass move? He does. So this is 100% hidden power grass. Okay. The T-Wave. He's probably gonna want a parabolic charge. Yep. So yeah, I think he goes parabolic charge here. We're gonna go into Gill because Lightning Rod. I'm gonna go Agility. Okay. Pawmot is probably gonna go Mach Punch, Drain Punch, whatever you want to call it. Let's see if we get the poison off. We do. Sash is broken, that's huge. He is faster as well. So I'm gonna go into Gazam. Huge. Eat your berry. Very good. He also can't Mach Punch anymore, which is really nice. Huge. Manectric. I no longer have the Walk-in Berry, so it probably goes for an electric move like Charge Beam. I'm gonna go into Gill and hope I read that correctly. Problem is, it can very likely still kill me with hidden power grass, but I do have Rindo, so there's a very good chance that I don't die. We're gonna go Poison Jab. Please don't kill me. Hang in there. Huge. Nice, we got the poison. That is very large. This is gonna be hidden power grass again, I think. We're gonna go Big Sip. Yep. We fake out. That gives the poison another chance. It's gonna go probably Volt Switch. Or even a fire move. Okay. I think it's gonna go Charge Beam or Volt Switch. I'm gonna go back into Gill. Yep, huge. Okay. It probably is gonna go Hidden Power Grass now. We go back into Big Sip. Yep. Huge. Manectric down. Belly Bolt. This is gonna be probably Thunder Wave and then Parabolic Charge. We're gonna go back into Gill. Okay. This is gonna be Hidden Power Grass. Like, it's supposed to be random move, but the best option it has is Hidden Power Grass for this. Okay. I'm gonna fake him out. Okay. He's probably going Parabolic again. We do outspeed, which is kind of nice. Maybe we get the poison. We get the poison, that's huge. We're 3 for 3. It does suck losing Gill, but we got the poison. So now I can go for a fake out. It probably wants to go Parabolic. I'm gonna go into Kip. Haha, no Parabolic for you. It's gonna wanna go Hidden Power Grass. We go back into Big Sip. Not great. Because Air Slash, Bug Buzz are all kind of problems. We're gonna go fake out. Alright. Bug Buzz, Mud Shot, it's all a problem. He could also go for a recover because he is low HP. I'm faster, but that was a lot of damage. We're gonna go Ice Punch because I'm pretty sure he's holding a Resist Berry. He is holding a Resist Berry, but it was for fire. So I made a mistake there. On the upside, Surge first try. Almost. I totally forgot about the fact that he was still alive. I'm gonna go into Kingdra. Not ideal. Now we can Fake Out. And we can Giga Drain. Hell yeah. Fucking love it. And now we can go take on Erica. Which, even though water loses to grass, I feel so much better about the Erica fight because Sap, Sipper, Azumarill. Let's go. Alright. I also need to get a Steel Mon because I need safety goggles. Well, I mean, Steel, Rock, or the other one. Let's see. I think Mudkip wants to come out. We can use him for safety goggles. Alright. Alright, Kip, let's go. And the reason why we need safety goggles, I don't have a Corviknight, so I can't be immune to ground and immune to poison. So instead we are gonna use probably Water Flying, and then that way we'll be immune to Earth Power. Safety goggles renders us immune to Sleep Powder. We'll take we'll take neutral damage, I think, from Giga Drain, and we'll take whatever damage from Sludge Bomb. So it's not that bad. Also save because I don't want to have to redo that fight again. Alright. Alright, Kip. Thank you. Safety goggles are huge. It makes you immune to powder and weather, so safety goggles you can off. But something that two brothers I watch who are doing a Soul Link of Rad Red, I believe Shine Patrol and Captain Gizmo, they had to learn the hard way, and it totally slipped my mind as well because I was on board with them using safety goggles. It doesn't work on something like Sweet Kiss, which is a move that Jinx will use to basically infatuate / put you to sleep. Okay. So we need to more or less rebuild this whole team for Erica. We're keeping Gazam because this shuts down the priority moves from Meganium. Nothing has electric. Nothing loses to rock. I don't need Big Sip. I may bring Kingdra, but probably not because there's a good bit of ice, etc. I may use Kingdra actually now that I think about it for Chloroblast because I'll pretty much resist everything but Hidden Power Ice. Okay, so let's see. So we're gonna start with this as the team for Erica. I wanted to get the game corner today, but the bare minimum we are beating Erica. Okay, so Becca, let's go. Toxic Debris. No. As much as I want to do Toxic Debris, as soon as Toxic Spikes get set, it's just gonna swap into Venusaur and get rid of them. So that's sadly not an option. Let's get rid of Yanma since I can't use it anyways. That was from when I was trying to do the raid duns. Pink Urchin isn't bad because it will override the terrain, so we're absolutely gonna do that. Okay. I think we're using Pepe because we finally have access to Greninja. I'll think about it. Okay. Now, Becca is not gonna do a lot against grass types because Sap Sipper replaces huge power. But what it does do is mean unless they have a poison or an electric move, she can't really die, which is awesome. So we open with Pincurchin to override the Grassy Surge. Okay. I think it's Dream, I'm not sure. Let me check. Yes, okay. And then we want Terrain Extender because we want to make sure it lasts 8 turns instead of 5. It also has the added benefit of no one can be put to sleep. Okay. We don't want to get hit by anything here because the high horsepower would hit like a ton of bricks, you know? Okay. I'm not sure what I'm doing with Pincurchin outside of that. So Becca has to have Sap Sipper. We do have Ice Punch, which is huge, but I'm not sure what else I can give her that'll be actually useful against grass types. Okay, so let's see. Yep. So we'll keep Ice Punch and we'll keep Play Rough. We need 2 other moves basically. Getting locked into place really sucks, so we don't use Rollout. Okay. I don't have leftovers yet, so honestly I may go Aqua Ring, I'm not sure yet. Okay. Let's see what we can learn from here. Aggro's not bad, but I like holding an item when I can. Okay. Okay. Iron Tail has terrible accuracy, so there's no way it's ever landing. Not bad in case Meowscarada comes in, but I already have Play Rough. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother then. Okay. Actually, speed control is useful, so I think I'll do that. I lie, I'm not doing that. I have a better idea. Where is Barry? We're gonna use Return. Max boosted friendship. Return is 102. Normal isn't effective against anything, but it also isn't resisted by anything. So I'll get Return, I'll give it to Becca. That way I still have another move for something that doesn't lose to Ice or Fairy, just in case. And then you go south of Lavender for Return. Thank you. I like to skip through the dialogue because I don't want to cry about someone's dead Nidoran, you know? No, we'll do that. There we go. All right, so she's good. And because there is poison, I am going to grab a Kebia berry. Poison is scary. Okay. Poison as well. We don't like poison in the slightest. Okay, Pepe needs to become Greninja. And we want Protean, so we always have Stab. Very good. Water Shuriken isn't bad, but no one's losing to water here, so there's no point, basically. Okay. Spikes isn't bad, but with Protean, it wouldn't be ideal. Also, let me think about this. I'm very likely going special attack. Alright, let's see. But it also depends on what I can learn. Rock's not gonna be good if I go Stab. Interesting that it gets Venom. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's a Pincurchin, you know? No, because you can't thief from trainers. At least from boss battles. So actually, no. I'm not gonna use Greninja in this fight. He doesn't really do anything. Until I beat Erica, I don't have access to the Game Corner TMs, which means I'm missing a lot of really good moves. So we're not even gonna use Greninja for this, now that I think about it. Okay, so we're gonna use, so far, everyone but Greninja. Can't use Yanma, of course. No, because it'll just get swept by the other one. I don't think I have access. Oh, I do. This actually wouldn't be bad in the sense that Baneful Bunker is poison when contact on the Protect. So it's not like Toxic Spikes is basically my point. I'm actually gonna use Wimpod, aka Galissapod. First impression is gonna be very clutch. Big damage and priority. Okay. Alright. Hold on. There we go. So yeah, it'll be first impression. Actually, let's see what we want. Okay. So Sucker Punch is huge because it's basically free damage. Pin Missile isn't bad, but I don't want to have to use a multi-hit move, you know? U-turn for the pivot, so I have an option to get out that isn't, oh, I just lost half my HP, you know? And I'm pretty sure it's a physical attacker, so we're not gonna bother with Snarl. Let's see. Actually, no, I'm not gonna bother with U-turn because I'm too slow. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that. I don't think I can do a wing beat, but I might be able to get one, like aerial ace or something. Oh, he can't even get U-turn. I'm silly. Well, I'll take that at least, you know? No. I mean, it's not bad, but I don't have anything to scale it, right? No. That wouldn't be bad against Steel, but I don't want to be in against Meganium if I can help it, right? I will grab it for now, though. I think it's later that I get Aqua Jet. The big thing is basically I'm gonna get the priority move, and then I'm gonna like take half my health and damage, and I'm gonna like bounce. Okay. Keep. There you go, very good. Okay, let's double check. I'm not gonna be staying in long enough to get value out of Fury Cutter. Same with Swords Dance. Okay. Water. Bug. I'm gonna go with the bug stuff. I think it's Silver Powder, because I want my first impression to do as much damage as possible. Okay. Becca needs safety goggles. I totally forgot that she was for someone else. Well, actually, do I? I'm trying to think how it was. No, I do need Kevia. Sap Sipper means I'm immune to the powder already, so we can stick to Kevia. This is for Rillaboom. I'm still not sure what you're doing yet. You're for Meganium. You're for Venusaur. You're one option for Venusaur. You're an option for, you know who you're an option for? You're an option for, what's her face? Weed Cat? Because Weed Cat doesn't have any priority. So I'll outspeed with my priority move, and Meowscarada by default is Grass Dark. So it's a 4 times weakness to Bug. So I still don't know what I'm doing with Kingdra, and I still have 1 slot left. Okay. Part of me wants to go Swampert for Electrode, but the Chloroblast is a huge issue. I'm trying to think how I can do this, like, effectively, right? Electrode. So it's still 2 times is basically the issue. So there's no world where I hold like one thing and both are fine. Okay. So there's no world where we go first unless I have access to a priority move. Okay. And none of its moves make contact, so that doesn't even matter. And I don't have the only fire Watermon. So basically it would come down to Ice Water, which I technically do have. Let me double check. I know I have 1, but the issue is it has no special defense. Okay. Type Ice. Type Water. Filter by special defense. I don't think I currently have Arctivish. Okay. Let's take a gander at what we have in the box. I could Psych with the Fake Out, but it's a lot of damage from whatever it goes with, you know? I could also go with Nibbler, but that 4 times electric move would be brutal. No, it's not gonna be raining anyways. No one outspeeds without a priority move. Okay. Let's keep looking. I could go Volt Absorb, but then I still have to deal with that Chloroblast, which is definitely an issue. Hold on. I mean, I know, but I'm trying to find a way to make this work without having to, like, lose at least one Mon. Okay, so, yep, Grass. Yeah, alright, we're going Tentacruel, and we're gonna hold a Wakanda Berry. That's the only thing I can realistically do. Unless I want to use Kingdra, but then he has Hidden Power Ice. So let's see. Okay. I also don't think that Kingdra actively has anything good dragon-wise, you know? Yeah, I don't. It's disappointing. Okay. So no, we're gonna ditch Kingdra. We're gonna grab Tentacruel specifically for the Voltorb. I may go Ludicolo because I do have access to ice. All those hurt. Oh, I know what I could do. I think I know what I can do. Okay. I have an idea. All right. Okay. Acid Spray is actually really dope. It's a debuff, -2 special defense, and it still does poison damage. We're gonna grab Sludge Wave. Very hard hitting. I don't really need any water for this, so I'm gonna grab Barrier, Acid Spray, Sludge Wave, Barrier, and I'm not sure the last one will be. Maybe Aurora Beam or something. Okay, Shelter. Ice Shard because it's priority. Okay. What else? Protect. What else? No. I already have like the best ice move I'm gonna get because it's priority. No. No, okay. So then what is it? Let's see. Waterstone, which I already have a bunch of. I don't need that. This needs to be something else. Okay. Part of me really wants to go weakness policy on Cloyster, but the issue is it has F-All for special defense, so I really need to be able to reduce the super effective damage I take. Now, if it had Sturdy or Focus Sash, maybe that'd be a different story, you know? Hex ain't bad. Problem is, unless I learn Toxic, it's probably not gonna happen, you know? Okay. Yeah, I was really hoping you could learn Toxic naturally, then Hex would do double, you know? So that's slightly disappointing. We'll go Ring Out instead. Alright. Let me double check Cloister. I know it has the skill link, but I need to see what else it has. I guess I'd go Shell Armor just in case it gets a crit, you know? And I'll go Clear Body, it doesn't matter. Okay. I'm going all in on attack because I really need my Ice Shard to do a lot of damage. And then for Cloister, I think I need to hold the Wakanda Berry and hope that 2 Ice Shards will kill what's-his-face. Kill it, you know. Chloroblast is the hardest hitting move, so we're gonna go Rindo Berry instead of Walk-In. I was hoping because of the ice coverage, maybe it would help offset. It does not. Okay. So Rindo Berry. And then we want Walk-In Berry right there. And then for Tentacruel, it's gonna be... We're never outspeeding, so I'm going Special Defense up. Attack down. Okay. Where are you? There you go, Calm. I mean, I still have to actually get through all the junk trainers, but... I don't want to eat a move, so I'm going to put Shucka Berry, since high horsepower is going to hurt a lot more than Grassy Glide. Like, I'll basically go in, I'll set the terrain, and then I'm going to try to instantly leave, and we're also going to go defense up, because Rillaboom is a physical attacker. Okay. I don't really care about speed because I'm already slow. Okay, so you're good. Those other 2 moves don't really do anything. Okay. I'll just grab charge. I don't really plan on using it though. Okay. Psychic. We can go special defense up on that based on who I'm fighting. Okay, we'll go Calm. Okay. We'll ditch Iron Defense. Once I have Ice Beam, that'll help a lot more, you know? Alright. It's decent coverage all around, you know? Realistically, that. Okay. That's fine. That needs a change. We're going all in on attack because he's staying in, he's doing a hit, and he's fucking bailing. Same thing here. I mean, the rest of those moves need to change, but Ice Shard's the one we cared about. Okay. I'm gonna give it to myself as utility because there's basically nothing else Cloyster can learn. I'll keep the protect, keep the ice shard, and then it doesn't really matter, but we'll set it up like that. One last check, then we're going in. Okay? Okay. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I still don't have a great answer for Venusaur because the hidden power is gonna really, not the hidden power, the sludge bomb's really gonna hurt. We'll play it by ear and see how it goes. I legit think we can do it first try. I'm not worried about Erica, but it wouldn't be the first time that I'm like, oh, this will be fine, and then I get dumpstered, you know? Thank you. That needs to change. Okay. I love that they can hurt me outside of poison. It's very funny. We're gonna save. We're gonna go back to Becca in the front. Business in the back, party in the front. Or whatever it is. All right. Haha. Ah. Good enough. We take good enough. Oh, that's a good point. Awkward as hell. It's awkward because I don't have anything. Like, this whole team is suited specifically for Erica and no one else. So it's like, oops. Good enough. We take that. Okay. So now we gotta put Pincurchin back in the front because it's her job. We're gonna find someone to raid after this. All right, go team. So Rillaboom most likely hits us because we're slow. We're gonna Volt Switch out. This will very likely kill. Okay. Meganium very likely wants to go Hidden Power Fire or Ancient Power. Okay. We're gonna go Gazam because we block priority move. We eat that. Of course it gets the Omni boost. That did way more than I thought. All things considered. I'm like, oh, this will be fine. But D-Gleam is apparently enough. Not ideal. But we're okay. We're still living. Not ideal. Yeah, I really thought that I would just sweep that, but sadly it is not the case. All right, there you go, that works. So now it's gonna sleep powder. I'm gonna go Pincurchin, that way no one can be put to sleep. Haha. It is faster no matter what, and I don't want to eat an earth power. I'm reading this as its earth power. Haha, even better. Giga Drain, we love that. It does have thick fat, so this is where having the flyer with safety goggles would have been really nice. Okay. It's probably gonna go Sludge Bomb again. Yep, not ideal. Yeah, this does not work. Okay. I need an actual flyer to deal with Venusaur. Flyer with safety goggles. Okay. How are we doing this then? Honestly, I'm gonna get rid of Cloyster. Okay. I'm trying to think who I need for, what's it called? Okay. Venusaur? Not Venusaur. Gyarados is fast. Relatively speaking. I'm gonna go Ducklet. I think I'll finally have the move I needed. Okay, let's see. Actually, no, I probably won't. It'll be 47, I think. Let's see. I mean, it's not terrible, but mainly because no guard. So we'll keep the Air Slash. We'll do that. We don't want to use Roost because we don't want to lose our flying type to be immune to what's it called? I'm also gonna grab Defog just in case Rillaboom decides to not die. Okay. We need safety goggles. Ducklet is specifically for Venusaur. There we go. Once I think it's 47, it has access to Hurricane, etc. Okay. We'll do that for now. No guard doesn't really matter right now because none of my moves have like a large miss ratio. So instead we'll go, I guess we'll just get it. Actually, no, I don't want to do that because no guard means their moves will always hit too. So I don't want to remove the chance for them to potentially miss, right? Okay, so we'll go Modest, and that's my answer for Venusaur. I was really hoping Sapsir would do the trick, but that Sludge Bomb from Venusaur was too much damage. Okay. Go team round 2. Okay. Wait, Volt switch out. Oh, 8 U-turns out. Okay, good thing I'm keeping my whatnot alive. We are going right into Swanna. We are going to Air Slash. Huge. Huge. Very massive. This is very likely Thunderbolt because it's a 4 times weakness to Electric. Not a fan. I gotta eat it, I think, and I don't like this. Okay. Oh, that's so... I also realized how much I screwed myself by setting Electric Terrain because it made the Thunderbolt stronger. Oh, that's so awkward for us. There we go, good enough. I think I live? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, emergency exit, not a big deal. We'll reset that. Rillaboom comes in, of course. Crap. This is probably triple axle or something. This is so scuffed, I hate it. There we go, good enough. Really? I did not expect that. It's bugged now. Ah, gotcha. So nowhere near as smooth of an Erica as I thought, because I really expected the Sap Sipper to do the work, but realistically it didn't get to come in much. So that's a shame. What we'll do, before I forget, we're gonna grab all the TMs. We are going to grab like the one Pokemon I can get because it's the only water one there, and then we'll save. And then we'll find someone to raid. Hopefully you all enjoyed the Pallas Cats. Laura, you know, breaking down the most recent developments in the Saraboon trial. Me making my way through more or less the early game in Mono Water. And tomorrow we'll start with Game Corner. And we'll try to beat Sabrina and get to weather routes. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, very good. We have all the TMs. We grab Rotom. I think Rotom is quite literally the only water Game Corner mon I can use. Let's double check though. We're grabbing Beldum to show Chuck for the Focus Sash. That's the only reason why we're grabbing it. I literally can't use anything else. Okay, good. So we have all the things. I'm gonna grab the Eevee, i.e. Vaporeon, and there's only one name suitable for Vaporeon. And I think you know what it's gonna be. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, I know how I have to do it. It's gonna be very clunky. Okay. We're also gonna make it Vaporeon right away, just so I know what it's meant to be. I mean, obviously it's mono water, so I can't use it for anything else, but still. Okay. Deposit Swanna for now. We'll deal with all this tomorrow. I just want to get the Vaporeon. Why did it not save? Oh, did I not save the name? Oh, my brain. I suppose that's what happened, yeah. Okay. All right. There it is. Okay. So that's fine. It's going to be a special attacker. We'll keep that. We'll keep that. I'm gonna save just in case this ends up overriding and it ends up becoming a Sylveon. Trump card! Trump card! Alright. Waterstone. Because it is Waterstone. Huge. May as well. It's a stronger stab move. Okay, let's see. I like Muddy Water, but it's nowhere near good enough for that low accuracy. I don't have any ice coverage. I'm not gonna bother with Trump card. It takes like 4 casts to end up becoming good, which is basically the issue with it. All right, we're gonna find someone to raid. That definitely took longer than I thought it would get here. I legit thought we were gonna get the game corner today, as in beating Giovanni. But honestly, it's kind of fine. We still got pretty far. We'll be able to make leaps and bounds tomorrow, and next thing you know, it'll be E4 time for Mono Water, which is gonna be pain, because thanks to me starting with a Watermon, Rival has Miraidon, the electric dragon with Quark Hadron engine, i.e. electric terrain plus 30% special attack. It's gonna be pain, but we're gonna make it work somehow. Hopefully you all enjoyed the stream. VOD friends, lurkers, thank you for watching. For everyone who doesn't know, I stream every Monday to Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern. Radical Red, Pallas Cats crime coverage. I try to be consistent. I hope you all have a good rest of your Monday into your Tuesday. I'll see you all tomorrow, and we're gonna find someone to raid. Once I make sure they're actually streaming. All right, let's see. I know who it's gonna be. All right. Let's make sure that's spelled correct. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Take care, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And for those who are struggling, especially if it's from the hurricane, I'll continue to keep you in my prayers.